Thank you, Senator Blackburn. Senator Welch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Attorney General. I appreciate the work you've been doing on election infrastructure and security. We have our town meeting in Vermont next week. We're pretty proud of that. You raise your hand and decide publicly how you're going to vote, or you can do it privately. And I just wanted to ask you about the Department of Justice. You have taken important steps to protect election workers and the right to vote, and that includes by establishing the Election Threats Task Force. Let me ask you, what steps did the department take in 2022 election to defend our democracy and the election workforce? And are there any lessons learned that can help us going forward?
So we have, as you note, established an election threats task force aimed at investigating threats against state and local election workers. The FBI has been tracking those kind of threats that come in on their tip line and making those investigations. There have been a number of prosecutions and convictions regarding those threats. I'm not sure if that fully answers the question, but that's what we're doing.
That's good. And, you know, there's, from here, time to time, there's threats to local election officials that might happen in one state and then it might be another. What things can you do to be helpful in responding to specific threats against election workers?
Yeah, so obviously the first line of defense are the state and local law enforcement. What we bring to this is a particular both resources and legal tools that can be used to track the use of the internet to make those threats, emails to make those threats, text messages, telephone calls to make those threats. And that's a lot of what we do, is to help the state and locals identify the source of those threats, and then to go out and knock on doors and investigate, whether violence was actually contemplated.
And you have the resources that you believe you need in order to make certain that our elections are safe and sound?
I think we have the resources that we need to develop, to investigate these threats to the people who are really the foundation of our democracy, volunteers who are running our elections. That's the way we do things in the United States. Of course, state and local elected officials are also being threatened, but so also are the volunteers who are election judges, put the ballots in the boxes, et cetera.
Right. Thank you. The other area I wanted to talk to you about was, broadly speaking, antitrust, but specifically how it's impacting our healthcare system. My view is that one of the big challenges we have with affordable and accessible healthcare is the cost. And there's a number of factors that are driving up the cost, and I think that includes some anti-competitive activities. For example, hospital consolidation is a big issue. When you go to the hospital, you get one of those bills, you just can't believe it. If you get out healthy, when you get the bill, you're going to be sick. And consolidation of physician practice groups. Big tech and private equity companies bought up all of these human resource companies when we had the need for these visiting nurses, and just exploded the rates, and it pulverized the budgets of our small hospitals in rural America. And just last month, the Wall Street Journal reported that CVS would purchase primary care provider Oak Street Health, broadening CVS's market domination as a parent entity of a pharmacy benefit manager. Now, I know you can't speak specifically about any particular case, but there's a consolidation trend and market power trend that I think is escalating these prices to the detriment of the taxpayer, to employers who are working hard to provide employer-sponsored health care, and obviously to individuals. In the past year, the DOJ has taken steps to update its antitrust guidance and has heard from patients and providers and advocates about how to bolster antitrust enforcement. And I want to just give you an opportunity to tell us your view on this and the role you see the antitrust division of the Department of Justice making certain that we have competitive pricing, or trying to get some semblance of competitive pricing.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the question. We have tried, since I've been Attorney General, to reinvigorate the antitrust division, to more urgently evaluate mergers. and to bring cases against exclusionary behavior by dominant firms. Thanks to the Hart-Scott-Rodino merger filings fees legislation that was passed, we now have more money that we can use to build up again the resources of the department. As I mentioned earlier, I was stunned to learn when I came to the department that there were fewer lawyers and economists in the antitrust division than there were when I first entered the Justice Department in 1979. And you can imagine
That's
this.
amazing.
It's amazing, and the number, and you could, particularly when you think of how big the companies are now. So we're doing two things in the merger field, of course. On the very large mergers, which are subject to Hart-Scott-Rodino, we are doing a very careful scrub and making determinations of whether we should challenge it. But I think what you're talking about is also quite important, which are smaller markets, but are still what economists call relevant markets, where the price is affected regardless of whether it's a nationwide roll-up, if it's a roll-up of healthcare providers in one entity, and really the only place that people who need healthcare locally can provide it. So we have brought and will continue to examine those kinds of cases as well. The bottom line theory about antitrust is if there are multiple players in the market, they will compete with each other, and we will get the best pricing, marginal cost being the price where it meets the supply curve. But that's not the case where you have dominant firms, where there's only a few places to go. And in those situations, price will almost always be above the competitive price.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Attorney General, and thank you for your service on the bench before. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Welch. You're the first to do that. Senator Tillis?
I was actually going to thank Senator Welch for that. I think, Mr. Chair, we probably ought to have 4-minute rounds so we have a reasonable chance of them getting done in 7 minutes.
There's a second round of 3 minutes, which will be strictly enforced. You'll hear the gavel at 3 minutes. I'm going to wait and save my questions to the very last. And so I begin this round of questions, the second round of questioning. Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks, Chairman, and thank you again, Attorney General. I'm going to go to a topic that was addressed earlier by Senator Blumenthal and Senator Graham, and that is the question of the freezing, seizing, and forfeiture of Russian oligarch and kleptocrat assets. One of the problems that we are running into is that for the highly valuable assets that can be seized from the Russian oligarchs, like massive yachts or Fabergé eggs or other works of very expensive art, the value is well above $500,000. And right now we have an administrative forfeiture procedure that applies for assets that are valued only up to $500,000. Above that, you have to go through a different procedure. The nutshell way that I think about this is that the simpler administrative forfeiture procedure allows the government to proceed in rem against the asset. And people have to show up if they have a claim to the asset. It's a little bit like what the Department of Justice did with botnets. They had a proceeding in rem against the botnet, and anyone who laid claim to that botnet and asserted a right not to have it taken down, they were welcome to show up in court and present themselves. They probably would have gone off in handcuffs, but they certainly had that right. With respect to the assets above $500,000 that are associated with the Russian oligarchs who are associated with the really criminal war that Putin has launched into Ukraine, we would like to see the law changed. Senator Graham supports this. Senator Blumenthal and I support this. We have legislation to support this. And I just wanted to take my moment here with you to make sure that you and I, the Marshal Service, your forfeiture offices, are all properly aligned so that we can move quickly to get this changed. At the moment, having to identify the owner of an asset, which is often hidden in Russian nesting doll lairs of faraway bank accounts, shell corporations, Cyprus holding companies, really puts a major crimp in our ability to proceed fairly And I don't think there's any national interest or public interest in having Russian oligarchs who've supported this war treated better than American citizens simply because their assets are more valuable. So would you please tell your team to greenlight working with us to get this bill passed quickly out of this committee and into legislation on the floor?
As you can imagine, I'm wholeheartedly in favor of the team working with you on this. As you know, we recently, thanks to the work of the Congress, I was able to certify for transfer to Ukraine the money that was seized from one oligarch, Malofeyev, and most recently, our task force klepto capture succeeded in forfeiting $75 million from Victor Vekselberg. They have done an enormous amount of work to find nesting within nesting within nesting of shell corporations. It would be easier if that weren't required. So we'd be happy to work with your team on this. Yeah,
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Whitehouse. Senator Grassley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Durbin, who has gone to vote, I'm going to call on.
You're blaming it on Durbin, huh? I understand. I apologize for
I
going
take
over.
full
Thank you, General.
responsibility. Senator.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy, for the grace. And thank you very much for being here. I just want to confirm, because I've heard some misstatements. Fentanyl is permanently scheduled at Schedule 2, correct?
Yes, the discussion is about fentanyl analogs.
So let's go to fentanyl analogs. Fentanyl analogs are scheduled now at Schedule 1. They are not expiring this year. Fentanyl analogs are Schedule 2, the expiration date for which is at the end of 2024, correct?
It might be the fiscal year. I'm not sure exactly.
But it's in
I
the year,
believe-
it's not 2023, it's at the end of the year 2024.
Yeah,
Fiscal or not?
I'm not exactly sure of the time. I know that there's short time on this, and we believe it should be re-upped.
Okay. I want to jump into the executive order from President Biden on policing. It took really important steps to ensure that federal law enforcement agencies are engaging the best practices to make themselves and the public safer. Some of these policies the department has adopted and is making great progress on, including limitations on chokeholds, guidelines for no-knock warrants, which is extraordinarily dangerous for police officers themselves, and a cleaner standard for the use of deadly force. Even the Trump EO, though, included the need for us to have a database that is, I guess, called an accountability database to serve as a repository for officer misconduct records within the next 8 months, which is now this past January. Trump's executive order, which was issued in June of 2020, also directed the Attorney General to create such a database to collect this information. What's the status now on that?
Yeah, there's a working group run by the Deputy Attorney General to stand this up. As you can imagine, there are difficulties with respect to getting reporting and also difficulties with respect to defining what a determination has been made. But we are seized with this, and we are working full speed ahead to get this done.
I'm grateful and hope we can continue to communicate on that. It's invaluable. And the EO directed you to encourage state and local agencies to contribute to the database. How's that going?
Yeah, we have made outreach to all the major law enforcement organizations who support this proposition. We are making outreach to state and local law enforcement. We are making progress. I can't really say more than that at this point, not because I don't want to say, but because I don't know.
Okay. The Biden administration, in cooperation with the Congress, acting in a bipartisan manner, has put significant amounts of money into the COPS grant program. In fact, I think under the last Congress, it was one of the highest amounts of money given to programs that help local police departments. Really proud that President Biden did that. I'm just curious what processes are in place to ensure that the funds are being used for intended purposes. Does the department audit those grants?
Yeah, whenever a government agency gives out grants, there's always a risk, and so we have very tight auditing and review processes for these grants.
And do you have the resources you need to adequately audit the grants in your estimation, or is that something that might Congress might act to give you the more resources.
I'm going to say again to you what I've said before, whenever anybody wants to offer me more resources, I'm happy to have them. But I think we're capable of doing what the Congress wanted us to do with the resources we have right now.
I appreciate that wise response. In December of 2021, you said the department would exercise its discretion to ensure that people released on home confinement under the CARES Act would not unnecessarily return to prison. My experience, I've been visiting prisons since I was a law student, and I usually go in and ask wardens, who are often tough men and women who really are about the protection of their officers, the community at large, and I always ask, are there people here that are a waste of taxpayer money? And they will often tell me stories about elderly folks, infirmed folks. But here now we had a pandemic, as you know, and there was a release program with really high standards to meet for anyone being released. And I appreciated your comments on this matter in the past. I just want to ask, can you confirm that the department will not revoke individuals released under the CARES Act for minor violations? We always know there's so-called status violations where somebody might cross a county line or do something that is a technical violation, which is often minor. They're not a threat to public safety. Can you confirm again that the department will not revoke individuals that are released under the CARES Act for these so-called status violations once the public health emergency expires?
Yeah, so just to give the full context, the CARES Act allowed us to put people in home confinement who we ordinarily would not have been able to do because of the length of time remaining on their sentence. The question was raised whether those people would have to go back after the expiration, which is now going to be in May, I believe. The Office of Legal Counsel, interpreting the statute, found that they would not have to go back, that all that was necessary was that the Attorney General put them into home confinement. When I say the Attorney General, I mean the Justice Department and the Bureau of Prisons, and that they could remain subject to what the normal rules are on having to go back. So if somebody commits the kind of violations that would normally require somebody to go back to prison from home confinement, those would apply, but no special rules to people who came under the CARES Act. And let me also say, in support of what you said, there's now been enough time to have statistical data on recidivism, as found that the people out on the CARES Act, the number of serious crimes committed is extremely tiny and not of concern.
All right. On July 16th, my last question, my penultimate question. On July 16th, 2022, you said that the Justice Department is examining marijuana policy and will be addressing the issue in the days ahead. And in October of 2022, President Biden urged an expeditious review of the schedule of cannabis and directed individuals federally incarcerated for cannabis possession be expunged. What is the current state of the review of cannabis at the Justice Department, and when can we expect policy changes on this important issue?
I think everything that you said is correct. The president commuted sentences, and this is still working its way through the system to get the final certificates of commutation, but that is accomplished. The HHS is working on the question of scientific analysis of marijuana. And within the department, we are still working on a marijuana policy for the department. I have to say that the crack powder thing came first in my list of things that had to be done first, but that was accomplished, as you already know. And I think that it's fair to expect what I said at my confirmation hearing with respect to marijuana policy, that it will be very close to what was done in the Cole memorandum, Deputy Attorney General Cole in the Obama administration. But we're not quite done with that yet.
Well, I'm very eager to get to hear more about that, and I'm hoping that you can give that review. The complicated policies as more and more states, red and blue, are moving. It'd be good to hear that as quickly as possible. And I just would like you to respond for the record. There's some scurrilous statements out there that you're dissatisfied with your chief of staff and would like him to be replaced by his eldest son. So if you could respond on the record for me at some point about that.
The only bad mark in his resume is that he worked for you once, so.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Attorney General. Thank you for your time today. Listening to the questions and the answers and your responses, what is coming clear to me as I listen to this is basically in...
First of all, a brief statement, and then I'd like to ask you about some of these questions, including give you an opportunity perhaps to elaborate on the question that Senator Hawley was asking. But first of all, Mr. Chairman, let me express the frustration I have about this whole issue. We conflate everything into one thing and never start talking specifically about the elements that we have to address. We've got a drug problem with fentanyl. That's separate from immigration, but some of it comes in on the border. And that's a serious conversation, in my view, that deserves its own focus. Second, we have a labor problem. We need more H-2A and H-2B visas. And I believe that could be dealt with and addressed separately to try to meet the needs that many of our employers have, and also to get some more control and management on the border. Third, we've got these young people who are not so young now, many of whom have served in the military, but they were brought over by their parents when they were 7 or 8 or 9 years old. We have one who's a graduate of UVM Medical School, and he has an uncertain status. And the only country he's ever really known is the United States, and he's a big contributor. We should be dealing with the Dreamers separately. And then fourth, we've got an incredible challenge at the southern border and an emerging challenge at the northern border. So whether you want to use the term crisis or not, it is a very serious problem. When 2 million people show up at your door, that's a problem because we don't have the capacity to accommodate that. And probably our toughest issue. Now, some of these issues are because Congress has failed to act. I think Senator Lee made some really good points about parole, but that's within our jurisdiction to define what that is. And if we do nothing, how can we blame an administration for trying to do something that makes sense to try to get some control over the border? So this is on Congress. And, you know, Senator Cruz, maybe I would use the term crisis at the border because 2 million people showing up, you know, that's a really serious problem. But it's not as though any individual who has Mr. Mayorkas's job, whether in the Trump administration or the Biden administration, can control a lot of what happens. And the thing that we're not acknowledging here is that if you have 2 million people showing up because of various factors that make them so desperate that they'll even come with their children, a war in Ukraine, a rogue rebel group showing up in Sierra Leone, chopping off hands of 16-year-old kids who then apply for refugee status, or failed states in Cuba, in Venezuela, in Nicaragua, and people being so desperate they're willing to risk walking through the Darien Gap. I mean, Secretary Mayorkas can't handle that, and I mean, you can't stop those factors. You have nothing to do with them. You've got to deal with the consequences of them. And my view is that each one of these elements that I've described has an urgency of its own and requires focused attention, including some of these legal questions that Senator Cruz you've raised and Senator Lee has raised. That's just by way of background to express my own frustration about what I see as a failure of Congress to do its part. Now, Secretary Mayorkas, I want to give you a chance to address the questions that Senator Hawley was raising, and just take a minute to do that.
So, thank you, Senator. So let me explain the program that we announced and have been implementing since January 5th, because it's been tremendously successful. We were encountering,
but quickly,
we were encountering a significant number of individuals from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. And with respect to Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela specifically, it's extremely difficult to remove individuals from those countries because of the status of our lack of diplomatic relations. We were seeing in 1 month up to 90,000 encounters of individuals from those 4 countries in between our ports of entry in 1 month. And what we did, because we do see tremendous tragedy at the hands of the smuggling organizations, is develop a safe, lawful, and orderly way for them to come to the United States instead of placing their lives and their life savings in the hands of the smugglers.
Right, thank
we
you.
have seen a 95% drop in the number of individuals from those countries encountered at our southern border in between the ports of entry, because people will take a lawful, safe, and orderly path and not take an irregular path at the hands of smugglers.
Thank you. I want to go to fentanyl. Senator Cornyn led a CODEL to Mexico, and it was tremendous and constructive, and I want to thank him for that. Senator Lee was on that. There was an interaction with the president of Mexico, led by Chris Murphy and also by Jerry Moran, senators, who confronted the president about the precursor drugs that are coming into Mexico from China and then used in the manufacturing of fentanyl that comes up to the United States. And they asked and received what I heard was a very strong commitment on the part of the president of Mexico to address China. We don't really have that opportunity, but to address China about stopping those precursors. That's a level of cooperation that we need more of. Would you agree?
Yes, indeed. And we've spoken as well with our Mexican counterparts about the need to interdict the precursor chemicals as well as the manufacturing equipment.
All right, and President Obrador had a real objection to all the guns that are coming from the U.S. into Mexico and then ending up in the hands of cartels that just commit unspeakable violence with them. Are we doing all we can to cooperate with the president to keep our guns from going south?
Yes, we are, Senator.
Now, you have authorities under Section 702 of FISA. Is that helpful at all to you with respect to addressing the fentanyl crisis?
It is extraordinarily helpful. We have, over the years, stopped terrorists from arriving in the United States using our 702 authority, our intelligence collection capabilities with respect to foreign nationals.
What are the concrete steps we can take to try to alleviate the pressure on the southern border that you would recommend that we pay more attention to?
I would say there are multiple. Number one, first and foremost, we have to fix our broken immigration system. Everyone agrees it is broken. Number two, we need to build safe, lawful, and orderly pathways so people do not place their lives in the hands of smugglers. We have to cut the smuggling organizations out, and we have to reduce irregular migration and build lawful pathways. Okay. And three, we have to address the root causes, what you spoke of at the very outset. Why do people leave their homes, their countries of origin, to travel through multiple countries to ultimately reach the United States or elsewhere? Because we're seeing enormous migration throughout the entire hemisphere.
My final minute, let me ask you about the northern border. This is Vermont and New York as well. We're seeing a surge between October 1 and December 31, 2022. CPP apprehended 1,146 migrants crossing into the U.S. through the Swanton sector. That's up in northwest Vermont. During that same period in 2021, it was only 136 migrants. More are crossing from the United States into Canada at the northern border. What are we doing about the situation of migrants from the U.S. traveling to Canada and Canada to the U.S.?
So we're very focused on that, Senator, as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, and what we announced just last week is a perfect example of our focus. We we promulgated the Safe Third Country Agreement with Canada to bring greater enforcement authority to both our countries with respect to encounters in between the ports of entry.
Okay, thank you. And just before I yield back, I would just say to all of my colleagues you know, we can have whoever happens to be the Secretary of Homeland Security, bring him in and beat him up. Or we can do our job. And my hope is we could do our job. I yield back.
Madam Chair.
I call on Senator.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Murphy and Ranking Member Britt. I really appreciate both of your leadership on this committee and willingness to really go to work to make sure we get the job done and put a bill together here. And as Senator Collins and I have said repeatedly, we have a responsibility to work in a timely fashion to write a bipartisan funding bill that will keep our communities safe and our nation competitive on the stage. And we're counting on the work you're doing in this committee, so thank you. And as we work to live up to that, this committee hearing is part of the regular order that is really part of that crucial step to start this process off on the right foot and assess our nation's needs and remind everyone that military spending is critical. It is just one piece of the puzzle. Funding for this subcommittee is equally important, and we have to make sure that we are doing our job with that as well. Because frankly, our economy depends on our ability to make sure that countless goods and, well, people can move through our ports and borders in a safe, orderly, and timely fashion. And our security really depends on our ability to do all of this while effectively stopping threats like drug smugglers and sex and labor traffickers and a lot more. And this is especially important as we continue fighting the fentanyl epidemic. And we also have to stay vigilant against the growing threat of white supremacy and domestic terrorism and the rapidly evolving threat landscape when it comes to cybersecurity and our critical infrastructure. And last but not least, we have to maintain our reputation as the leader of the free world, as the land of opportunity, which requires us to continue our long tradition of welcoming people from across the world who are seeking safety from persecution and seeking opportunities for a better life. So make no mistake, it's not just our reputation as the home of the free that is made stronger by this. Throughout our history, immigrants have strengthened our nation. They've cared for our kids, our sick, our elderly. They put food on families' tables. They built cities. They built thriving businesses and vibrant communities, and that makes America, America. So I look forward to working with this committee to make sure we have strong investments, to make sure that we can build a strong future as well. So again, thank you for your work. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. I wanted to ask you, as we continue to see high numbers of refugees and asylum seekers fleeing persecution and targeted violence and the natural disasters that we're seeing around the world, we have to make sure that we treat unaccompanied children that arrive in the U.S. with the highest level of care. What is the department doing to prioritize forced labor investigations or labor exploitation investigations, particularly involving our children?
Senator Murray, thank you very much. We have dramatically changed the way in which we conduct enforcement operations at work sites. Rather than focusing our efforts exclusively on apprehending undocumented workers, we feel it is a law enforcement priority to focus our efforts on the employers who exploit those undocumented workers by reason of their vulnerability, that pay them substandard wages, that keep them working in substandard conditions, that hire and abuse children. And so our Homeland Security investigations special agents are focused on unscrupulous employers that not only protect the integrity of the workplace, but also protect the integrity of the marketplace, because these unscrupulous workers, by paying lower wages, create an uncompetitive landscape. So we are focused on addressing the employers who abuse these children and other vulnerable individuals.
Okay, can you also speak to what safeguards are in place to make sure that unaccompanied children are processed by CBP quickly and safely and transferred to ORR custody?
So we have, Senator, we have achieved greater processing efficiencies to ensure that we are able to transfer the unaccompanied children from U.S. Customs and Border Protection, from the Border Patrol stations that is no place for a child, to HHS, to Health and Human Services, within the 72-hour period that the law requires.
Okay, thank you. Senator Peters asked about domestic threats, and I want to echo his words and thank you for your response to him. Last year, I raised concerns about processing backlogs at USCIS. Those backlogs are still creating challenges for applicants who rely on USCIS services for everything from work authorization to humanitarian protection. How is the department using the funds it has already gotten to reduce and ultimately clear those backlogs?
So we are very focused. The problem that you identified, Senator, I am very well aware of, and Urjadu, our terrific Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, is very, very focused on it. As a matter of fact, this past year, we processed all the economic visas that were allotted, a remarkable achievement. We have an initiative, and I would be very pleased to follow up with you to provide the details with respect to backlog reduction. Let me, if I can, share with you why we are encountering a backlog, because the prior administration completely decimated that agency. That agency was on the brink of financial collapse. Every 2 years, it is required to issue a new fee structure to align its fees with the cost of administering the benefits that it is obligated to do. It has not issued a new fee structure in over 6 years. We now have a notice of proposed rulemaking to realign and adjust the fee structure as it needs to be. And that is going to help us tremendously, as is the fiscal year 24 President's budget in resourcing U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services.
Okay, and quickly, I know we've seen our community step up and fill in the gap in providing services to our asylum seekers. I'm glad the department is working quickly to stand up the new Shelter and Services Grant Program to support states, localities, and NGOs. But how are you communicating and coordinating with those NGOs as they support asylum seekers?
So we have built an architecture where we have a point of contact, a designated point of contact in the different cities and regions, so that in fact the municipalities that need the services can actually receive them in the time that they do. And so we're very focused on that. And in fact, I was just in Tucson, Arizona, speaking about this very issue with the community-based organizations in that region that receive the funding under the Shelter and Services predecessor, the Emergency Food and Shelter Program.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, Mr. Secretary will now begin a series of, I see 7-minute questions according to my clock. I think one of the most difficult things this committee will have to deal with is this rather unusual request to set aside a significant portion of funding that would be used, as you mentioned, in the case of certain thresholds being crossed. It makes it a little hard to have full transparency about the efficacy of the underlying budget request, because as you said, you would be using some of those dollars, for instance, to supplement USCIS processes. And so I think this is an ongoing conversation we're going to have to use. I'm not sure that we're doing our job as a committee if we are sort of handing a very big chunk of unearmarked dollars to the department. But I wanted to ask you specifically about the plan that the President has announced regarding a new process for asylum as a means to try to better manage the numbers that are presenting at the border today but are expected to come to the border when Title 42 is lifted. This new process contemplates that individuals will apply before they arrive at the United States, or they will set up an appointment, and if they don't, they will either be returned to their home country or back across the border to Mexico. Where do you lack funding? Where are the parts of the budget that you are going to need the most significant additions in order to implement that new process and that new pending rule? The rule's gotten flack from the left, it's gotten flack from the right. That probably means it's worth considering. But where are you under-resourced if you were successful in implementing the President's new plan?
Mr. Chairman, if I could take a step back for just a moment. The model that we are implementing is a model of building safe, orderly, and lawful pathways to come to the United States to make a claim for humanitarian relief under the laws that Congress passed, and to deliver a consequence for individuals who do not avail themselves of that safe, orderly, and lawful pathway. We announced on January 5th such a model for Cuban, Haitian, Nicaraguan, and Venezuelan migrants, and we have seen through that program a 95% drop in the number of individuals from those 4 countries arriving at our southern border in between the ports of entry. That is the model that we are building on, and that is what this rule, this proposed rule, provides. It is indeed that, a proposed rule. We sought public comments. The public comment period, I think, closed this past Monday. Here, too, we're seeking to cut out the smugglers for the very compelling reasons that Ranking Member Britt articulated. We see too much suffering, too much tragedy at the hands of those smuggling organizations. The budget, the financial needs that we have to really fund this program, as well as all programs that we are implementing, is across the board. We need more asylum officers in U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. We need more Customs and Border Protection, Border Patrol agents, and Office of Field Operations officers. We need more Homeland Security investigation agents alike, because one cannot take a look at this program in isolation. It is part of the mosaic of the challenge of immigration that we are encountering as we seek to administer a system that is fundamentally broken.
Thank you for that, and look forward to working with you on that request. Let me talk to you about fentanyl for a moment. A bipartisan delegation just came back from Mexico City. We spent about 4 hours with the Mexican president. We pressed him on offers of cooperation that we have made to his government to try to work together on identifying precursor shipments and fentanyl labs so that we can take joint action, or so that the Mexican government can take action. If we were to dramatically upscale resources to HSI and to the other capabilities that you provide in cooperation to and with the Mexican government, could you spend it? Or are you having a tough time convincing President López Obrador and his team to do the kind of cooperative activity that we know will be effective in identifying fentanyl before it reaches our border?
Mr. Chairman, this is the single greatest challenge we face as a country. 70,000, more than 70,000 people, Americans, died last year from fentanyl overdose deaths. I think it was 57,800 died in 2020, in the last year of the Trump administration. This is a scourge that has been years long, and we are bringing the fight to the cartels. We are working cooperatively with our Mexican counterparts. We can spend the money, and the money is vitally necessary to resource our fight against the scourge of fentanyl. We have transnational criminal investigative units that Homeland Security Investigations special agents work with their Mexican counterparts. We are increasing the ability of Mexico to secure its seaport, because its seaport receives precursor chemicals and manufacturing equipment from the People's Republic of China for the manufacture of fentanyl. We can spend the money, we need the funding, and the fiscal year 24 budget that the President has presented does indeed resource this department.
I hope that you're right. I mean, I think if past is predicate, we have had difficulty in convincing the Mexican government to take our offers. I felt that the President was very open, I think, in a new and helpful way, and I think we'll look forward to working with you on that. I have one final question. It's this. There's a lot of questions that get thrown around at hearings like this to ask you and others who appear before us to define the conditions at the border. Sometimes the question is the border secure? Sometimes the question is, do we have operational control at the border? I think those words mean something different to everybody, and so I think it's a difficult conversation to have. But how do you define whether the border is secure, whether we have operational control at the border. How do you talk to the public about the state of security at the border today?
Mr. Chairman, indeed, different people provide different assessments. There is no question that the security of the southern border is an extraordinary challenge. We cannot understate the severity of the challenge. That challenge is not unique to the southern border of the United States. That is a challenge that countries throughout our hemisphere are encountering and grappling with. And I cite Colombia as a powerful example. The population of Venezuela is approximately 28 million people, approximately 8 million of whom have fled the country that is their home, and Colombia is host to approximately 2.5 million of them. We are seeing movement of Peruvians, Ecuadorians, Dominicans, Chileans. We are seeing a movement of people throughout the hemisphere that is the greatest migration in our region since World War II. The way I make the assessment, I do not, of course, I enforce the law. That is my responsibility. It has been a responsibility that I have proudly carried and fulfilled for my nearly 23 years of public service, the first 12 of which I served as a federal prosecutor. So, of course, I enforce the law of the Secure Fence Act of 2006 and every other law that Congress has passed. But the Secure Fence Act of 2006 defines operational control as the prevention of all unlawful entries at our border. That means that one single gotaway means it would equal the failure to have operational control of our border. And so under that definition, no administration has ever had operational control. So what I try to do in communicating to the public is be practical and speak to them in a way that they could understand, so that not every single administration has to throw its hands up and say we've never had operational control. I speak of maximizing the resources that we have to deliver the most effective results.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Those questions.
What the senator said was revolting. I'm not going to address it.
Your refusal to do your job is revolting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually think it's disrespectful, the treatment that we've just seen the Secretary undergo. I think it's respectful to suggest or imply that that the root causes of our broken immigration system are so simple that they can be answered in 2.5 seconds or less, that the solutions necessary to improve our immigration system for the needs of today and the future could be delivered in 2.5 seconds or less. So let me, for the moment, continue some questions on the subject matters that our Republican colleagues keep bringing up over and over and over again, and we'll stay on fentanyl for a second. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Secretary, but I think Senator Booker earlier mentioned that in 2021, it's been found that U.S. citizens accounted for more than 86% of convicted fentanyl drug traffickers. Does that sound about right to you?
Senator, as I mentioned to Senator Booker, I'm not familiar with that statistic. I'm certainly aware of the fact that American citizens are participating in the trafficking of illegal narcotics
The
across
reporting
the
in the
border.
cities that I've seen do document that the vast majority of those bringing fentanyl into the country are United States citizens, not the migrants that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are implying. Also, that nearly 99% of the consumers who are paying for illicit opioids, so we can look at both ends of this, right? Who's driving the demand, not just who may be responsible for the supply. Statistic, again, from federal agencies, 0.02% of the people arrested by Border Patrol for crossing the border illegally possessed fentanyl at the time.
More than 90% of the fentanyl brought into this country is brought in through the ports of entry.
Right.
I cannot overstate the viciousness and cruelty of the smuggling organizations. It is precisely why we are building safe, orderly and lawful pathways for people to come to the United States if they are eligible, and cutting out the smuggling organizations.
And that's the point I'm trying to get to, Mr. Secretary. I want to sort of level set, sort of reality check the conversation, because the challenge is a serious one and should be approached with seriousness and maturity. So now that we've caught our breath from the prior exchange, I want to afford you an opportunity to speak into the administration's approach, the significance of a whole of government approach to the problem, not just whole of federal government, but any partnerships, real or potential, that you think can be value added here. I know in the state of California, for example, state resources are being committed to augment additional screening equipment and other technologies that can help in this cause in a productive manner.
So two different parts, Senator, and I appreciate the opportunity. The administration's approach to the migration challenge, which is quite serious, and it is one that is not exclusive to the United States, but is gripping the entire region. There are approximately 2.5 million Venezuelans in Colombia now. There is an unprecedented movement of people throughout the hemisphere. Our approach is to cut out the smugglers, who are indeed vicious and cruel, and to build safe, lawful, and orderly paths for people to arrive in the United States. And on January 5th, we announced a parole program for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans, that they could apply for entry into the United States in a safe and orderly way, and we would deliver consequences if they arrive irregularly in between our ports of entry at the southern border. We have seen a 95% drop in the number of encounters of those four nationalities in between our ports of entry. People will take advantage of a safe, lawful, and orderly path if it is presented to them, and we are cutting out the smuggling organizations precisely for the reasons that Senator Cruz mentioned. With respect to fentanyl, we are bringing the fight to the cartels in an unprecedented way. We have surged resources, most recently in Operation Blue Lotus, which is already demonstrating significant results. We are using our personnel, our extraordinary personnel. We are using technology. We are using everything that we can bring to bear to fight the scourge of fentanyl and other synthetic opioids. We are also requesting of Congress additional resources so that we can enhance that fight. We need to work together to address a challenge that precedes this administration, and we need to work on it together. It is something that is killing far too many Americans.
I agree. Thank you. And as you know, there's many of the ideas, proposals that you and the White House have suggested that I agree with and support, and several that have been proposed or suggested that I don't agree with, and we're having those constructive, mature conversations. I want to make sure to touch base on a couple of other important issues, including the Shelter and Services Program. I was pleased to lead the effort last year to ensure there was adequate funding for the program, which was formerly known as the Emergency Food and Shelter Program that allows reimbursements for non-governmental organizations and local entities that provide shelter, transportation, and other services to migrants at the border. Again, security and humanity in the process. It was previously housed under FEMA. Now the program is under CBP. So I just raised it to acknowledge this transition and formally request regular updates on the implementation of the new program to ensure that the entities that rely on these funds to play that supportive role that they have been can continue to access the funds that we make available.
I appreciate your support of that program. The funding is critically needed. We have funded the Emergency Food and Shelter Program with $350 million of the $800 million. And of course, we are standing up the SSP, it's known by its acronym. And once that is stood up, of course, we will be funding that with the balance of the $800 million and distributing it to cities for their care of individuals here.
Next topic and next issue is something that we've had a couple conversations about. In 2022, the Army struggled to meet its recruiting goal of enlisting 60,000 soldiers. It only enlisted 45,000 that year. As our armed forces collectively look for ways to incentivize enlistment, one way, not the only way, but one way that has worked throughout our nation's history is to ask immigrants who enlist, or to ensure that immigrants who enlist are able to become citizens quickly, as specified in the Immigration and Nationality Act. I understand that since July, the USCIS and the Department of Defense began work on a memorandum of agreement to formalize their partnership and to coordinate services for members of the military to naturalize early in their military careers. When do you expect that MOU to be finalized, and what tangible steps can we take to improve the naturalization rates of military service members?
Senator, thank you very much for that. It is remarkable that individuals have been willing to serve in our armed forces before they have become citizens. We've made tremendous progress with the Department of Defense to allow individuals to naturalize who are serving in our armed forces at an earlier stage, and we're going to be moving quickly on that now. We had a very significant development yesterday on that.
Thank you. Look forward to working with you on that as well. And in my time remaining, I just wanted to acknowledge earlier in the hearing, you brought up FEMA, actually in your opening statement, with the appropriate attention to Mississippi, where the tornadoes and their impact are dominating the national news right now. But I also feel a responsibility to remind my colleagues and you and the country about the California communities who continue to experience an onslaught of devastating atmospheric rivers and the devastation in the wake of recent storms. Entire communities have been flooded. Farms are underwater. Thousands of families being evacuated from their homes, and many who will either not be able to return to work anytime soon or return to their home anytime soon. And I want to specifically call attention to the community of Pájaro, which is a small, low-income, predominantly farm worker community that has for decades been overlooked by FEMA, frankly, agencies at all levels of government, but specifically the Trump-era individual assistance regulation under FEMA is exacerbating the hardship. California struggled to meet FEMA thresholds for disaster assistance because the regulation established a new factor called the state fiscal capacity and resource availability to be considered when FEMA evaluates the need for individual assistance. So this isn't the public assistance for communities, cities, municipalities, et cetera, to rebuild. We're talking individual assistance here. The rule has resulted in significant disparities and inequities. It's left out disaster survivors like those in Grizzly Flats, suffered from wildfires just a couple years ago. Without the support they need, communities like this continue to wait in limbo as California waits to tally up more and more damage than other states just to get the same level of federal assistance. So I wanted to put that on your radar. I'm sure we'll continue to talk about this in HISGAC in the coming weeks, but we have to fix these clear inequities in federal guidelines and regulations. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I look forward to following up with you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator Padilla. Senator Hawley. Pass off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Secretary Mayorkas. I'd like to discuss with you the H-2A visa program, whereby, as you know, agricultural workers can pursue a visa legally to work in the United States to support the production of food in our country. And this is a program, of course, that's extensively utilized by our agricultural sector, important for our food security. But last year, a federal investigation called Operation Blooming Onion uncovered that some farm workers who were in the country through the H-2A visa program legally to work had been subjected to human rights abuses and labor conditions so severe and inhumane that the Department of Justice deemed them to constitute modern-day slavery. So I sent you a letter on March 1st, 2022 to ask you to reform the administration of this program to ensure that farm workers legally with an H-2A visa entering the United States would not be subjected to such appalling and inhumane treatment. And you responded, and I appreciate your response, just a couple of months later, and informed me that you would in fact undertake such reform and that you'd begun a rulemaking process to do so. So I'd like to ask you for an update, please, on that rulemaking process and on the department's efforts to ensure that workers in the United States through the H-2A visa program are not subjected to these crimes and this catastrophic treatment.
Senator, thank you very much. So two things. Number one, the rulemaking is underway, I believe, and number two, and I can provide you with a more specific update after this hearing. But critically, or I should say, and critically, we have revised our worksite enforcement strategy for precisely the reason that you identify, precisely because of what we observed in Operation Blooming Onion and tragically in other circumstances as well. Our enforcement resources in the worksite environment are focused on investigating and prosecuting employers who exploit the vulnerability of the migrant workforce by paying them substandard wages, by keeping them in substandard working conditions, not only exploiting the vulnerable workers themselves, but also creating an unfair advantage in the marketplace, because through those conditions, through the imposition of those conditions, they charge lower prices and create an unfair competitive advantage. So it is unscrupulous employers upon whom we are bringing to bear our worksite enforcement authorities.
Will you please provide my office with an update? Will your staff please provide my office with an update by the end of this week on the expected date for completion of this initial rulemaking process?
Yes, and I should say that the worksite enforcement strategy that we announced several months ago is already underway. It does not require rulemaking. It is a matter of using our enforcement authorities and resources most effectively, and that is how we are doing so.
Understood. Continuing the discussion about the H-2A program and considering in particular the small and medium-sized farmers and growers who utilize it, recognizing that the various elements within DHS have significant resource constraints and a lot of work to do, including ensuring the fair and humane treatment of workers under this program. DHS has proposed dramatically increasing the application fees charged by USCIS for a variety of visa programs, including for H-2A and H-2B petitions, whereby employers could see increases of up to 250% in a single year. And of course, we're in an environment where farmers are facing high fuel prices, high fertilizer prices, and where Americans are facing high grocery prices. So my question for you is, in developing this proposed rule and the increase in fees for USCIS for H-2A and H-2B programs, have you consulted the Department of Agriculture? And is there some accommodation that can be made to ensure that there are not crippling fees imposed upon small and medium-sized farmers who are having a tough time right now?
So, Senator, if I may, so the fee rule to which you refer is an effort to try to get U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services back on stable financial footing. A fee rule, the adjustment of costs for immigration benefits, is supposed to be revised every 2 years. A fee rule has not issued for more than 6 years. So that agency was decimated in the prior administration, and the reason for the proposed significant increases in certain costs for certain benefits is by reason of that fact and the need to actually infuse much needed funding for that agency. It is not a rule that we promulgate unilaterally, but rather it is in the proposed rulemaking stage. We are receiving comments in response to it, and no final decisions have been made.
Good. Well, I want to urge you to consider the economic circumstances of those small and medium-sized farmers in particular, with such a sudden increase in the fees they rely upon. the fees for the visa services that they rely upon. Let me ask you about DHS detention practices. As you know, I led an investigation in the Permanent Subcommittee of Investigations last year, whose findings were deeply disturbing, indeed horrifying. This bipartisan investigation I led with Senator Johnson of Wisconsin found that female detainees in DHS custody detention in Georgia were subjected by a DHS-contracted doctor to excessive, invasive, and often unnecessary gynecological surgical procedures, including, in some cases, without informed consent. In November of last year, during a Homeland Security Committee hearing, you committed to me to review the findings of that investigation. We made a number of recommendations in our report accompanying that investigation, expediting and improving vetting of off-site medical providers, and dramatically strengthening the procedures by which you ensure that DHS detainees have the opportunity to consent or not to medical services. What steps have you taken since that investigation?
So, Senator, thank you very much for the report that you and Senator Johnson led. I did indeed review that report. As I think you know, we closed the facility that was the subject of that investigation. I did direct that the recommendations be reviewed and implemented to the fullest extent possible, and I'd be very pleased to get you an updated report of the status of that implementation.
Well, I think that's urgent, and I want to get that information as soon as possible. We're talking about women convicted of no crime in the custody of the U.S. government being subjected to gynecological surgical procedures that were not medically indicated, often without informed consent. It's one of the, and I do want to state for the record that this appalling activity occurred prior to your tenure, so there's no mistaking for the public tuned in here right now, but it is completely unacceptable that practices may persist that leave women in detention at risk of this treatment, and I'm sure you agree with me, Mr. Secretary. I want an update on what you're doing to address it. And finally, I want to talk to you about your Office of Intelligence and Analysis.
Yes, and we are addressing that with due urgency because of precisely how appalling that conduct was and what was going on in that facility. We closed that facility.
I know you did, and I want to make sure that there are practices being implemented across DHS detention facilities to ensure that can never, ever happen again. So I look forward to that update. I want to ask you about your Intelligence and Analysis Office. There has been recent reporting about problems at the DHS Office of Intelligence and Analysis. I don't think that the Congress has sufficient visibility into its activities. Among the conduct alleged in this public reporting, with respect to domestic intelligence gathering by the Office of Intelligence and Analysis, interviews with individuals in detention centers, local jails, and federal prisons without counsel present. That was one of the allegations made in public reporting. This is deeply troubling, and I don't think that there is very intense congressional oversight of this office. Is there a problem? What are you doing to address and identify the problem? And what does the Congress need to know?
So, Senator, the Office of Intelligence and Analysis is led by a phenomenal public servant in Ken Weinstein. He's the Undersecretary. He has a tremendous experience. He was the Homeland Security Advisor to former President Bush. When you speak of the interviews of individuals in custody who are in the pending legal proceedings, he suspended that practice. It was a practice that was implemented first in the prior administration. He suspended that practice, and he is really doing a phenomenal job in ensuring that the practices of INA, the Office of Intelligence and Analysis, adhere to our laws as well as to our fundamental principles of protecting the civil rights and civil liberties as well as the privacy
Were there
interests
interviews of U.S.
all
persons?
individuals.
Were there interviews of U.S. persons in federal prisons or local or state jails without counsel present by INA personnel?
I believe that there were, and that was not necessarily always improper, but the practice was suspended because of concerns with respect to it. But I must say, Senator, that the personnel of the Office of Intelligence and Analysis are incredibly dedicated and incredibly principled in the execution of their responsibilities.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questions today, I do want to express my heart.
11 years ago to the court was certainly not any indication of current feelings about court opinions. Another person who's been on this subject for many years is the chairman of the court subcommittee, Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island. I recognize him now.
Thank you, Chairman. We are here today because the Supreme Court is playing out of bounds of the ethics rules for federal judges. Justices read the ethics rules in unique and eccentric ways, and when they're caught out of bounds, they refuse to allow any investigation of the facts. The personal hospitality problems I've been pursuing began with Justice Scalia, who took more than 7 dozen undisclosed hunting vacations. Most people know of 2, the one where he was on the Air Force II manifest with Dick Cheney, and the one where he died. There were 70 plus more. It was systematized. Some intermediary would ask the owner of an expensive resort, often a commercial property, to extend to Scalia a personal invitation to the resort. Even where the owner was someone he'd never met, Scalia treated as personal hospitality because of the personal invitation and failed to disclose the vacations. Gun industry advocates, fossil fuel folks, and Republican political figures often tagged along. No reasonable reading of the term personal hospitality would cover this, but the Supreme Court let this go on for years. When I challenged the court about this practice, Exhibit 1, I got a blow-off letter. Exhibit 2. Basically, nothing to see here. So then I asked the circuit courts what they thought about this conduct. I went 0 for 13 on answers. Oh, that would be Exhibit 3. I went 0 for 13 on answers, so I then sent another letter saying I hope their silence didn't indicate some kind of coordinated obstruction. Exhibit 4. I also scheduled a subcommittee hearing. Presto, I was told the Financial Disclosure Committee would examine how the exemption was interpreted. That's Exhibit 5. Almost a year later, 2 weeks before the recent news about Justice Thomas broke, the Judicial Conference updated its guidance to clarify that this sort of non-disclosure violates the law, Exhibit 6. I have no evidence that any federal judge outside the Supreme Court ever used the personal invitation trick, and the Judicial Conference, made up of other judges, firmly shut it down. Regular judges would be loath to use that trick because a complaint about it would go into a proper process and would be investigated and measured against the law and the ethics code, and a conclusion would be reached, and that conclusion could be embarrassing. Only Supreme Court justices refuse to allow their conduct to be investigated or reviewed. My bill would fix that. Here's an example of the no investigations problem. The key fact to determine whether Justice Thomas was bound by law to recuse himself from the first January 6th committee case was what he knew about his wife's insurrection activities and when he knew it. On that fact, the lawfulness of his initial recusal decision turns. Yet Thomas has never been officially asked that question. It's a cover-up in plain view. The Supreme Court alone among federal courts is okay with that. My bill would fix that. Which brings us to Justice Thomas's recent non-disclosure of supposed personal hospitality from a right-wing billionaire and its problems. First problem, private jet travel is not in the personal hospitality exemption, which is limited to food, lodging, and entertainment. Exhibit 7. Some textualist, by the way. Second problem, Thomas said it was okay because he'd asked colleagues. But that Financial Disclosure Committee, it's there to ask about financial disclosure. Setting aside that its name should give a clue, Thomas knew the committee existed because concerns about his yacht and jet travel gifts from this billionaire were referred there in 2011, after some of these gifts were first revealed in this New York Times story, Exhibit 9. Third problem, there's no legal way not to disclose the property acquisition in Georgia. Fourth problem, some of this personal hospitality involved people dedicated to turning the court into a tool for right-wing billionaires, namely Leonard Leo. This guy doesn't have business before the court, his business is the court. This disclosure mess has again been referred to the Financial Disclosure Committee, which raises the question of the previous referral to that same committee of the same billionaire's gifts to Thomas of yacht and jet travel. The rules seem to require the committee to report its findings to the Judicial Conference. The records of the Judicial Conference are public, and the records of the Judicial Conference contain no mention of any such report. So what became of the 2011 referral? Did anyone intervene? Is the committee still considering the 2011 referral more than a decade later? There is much yet to learn, which is why last week I sent a letter to the courts asking for further answers. Exhibit 10. 3 things are needed to fix all this: better enforcement, better recusal rules, and better disclosures. My bill would do all 3. I thank Chairman Durbin for this joint hearing and look forward to getting to the bottom of this mess. Until there is an honest ethics process at the Supreme Court, these messes will continue. The court has conclusively proven that it cannot police itself. Nemo judex in sua causa. I ask unanimous consent that my exhibits be made part of the record.
Without objection, to speak on a separate topic and that it be placed in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, you were there yesterday. The Senate Judiciary Committee met. I chair that committee, and we had a strong turnout of Democrats and Republicans to consider an issue which everyone's read about or heard about over the last several weeks, and that is the ethical standards applied at the highest court in the land, the United States Supreme Court across the street. We've all read the news stories that led to this hearing. Questions raised about one particular justice, but not him alone, in terms of gifts that they've received and whether it influences their decision-making on the court. That is basic and fundamental. If you think the fix is in on a court, you don't have much respect for their operation. So the question is, what's going on in the Supreme Court? And as it turns out, as you well know, we have ethical standards all across the federal government that apply to the members of the Senate and the House, the executive branch, and to all of the courts below the Supreme Court in terms of financial disclosure and basic rules of the road of what you can do and what you can't do. For example, there's a basic standard that is used for gifts for members of the Senate and House that puts a limit of $50 on the value of any gift. I have returned gifts given to me, which I thought exceeded that value. I'm sure the presiding officer has as well. But that's our standard. There's no such standard, as best we can understand, when it comes to the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land. So it turns out the highest court in the land has some of the lowest ethical standards. Why? Well, when this came to light in the news articles about Justice Thomas, I wrote to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, and invited him to come to the hearing yesterday to tell his side of the story. What is the Supreme Court doing when it comes to ethical standards? They don't play by the same rules as all the other courts in America. What are their standards? Well, the Chief Justice declined my invitation and sent along some documents to indicate what he thinks are the rules of the road for ethics in the Supreme Court now. They were interesting, but unfortunately, they revealed that the standards at the highest court in the land are not even equal to the standards at all the other federal courts. So we had a hearing yesterday on the subject, and we invited witnesses from the Republican side and the Democratic side to comment on the current state of affairs. If the Chief Justice couldn't appear or would not appear, we went forward with the investigation, which is our responsibility under the law. Now, asking a justice of the Supreme Court to come and testify before a congressional committee is not unusual. 92 appearances have been made by justices on the Supreme Court since 1960 before the committees of Congress. But yesterday, the Chief Justice, nor any other member of the justice on the Supreme Court, appeared before us. So what we found was a surprise to me. I thought there would be some bipartisanship to this, because in the not too distant past, 2 senators on the committee had crafted an ethics bill on the disclosure of stock holdings, sent it not only to the president to sign, but it was embraced as well by the Supreme Court. A bipartisan, thoughtful measure for sure. But yesterday, I'm afraid things were very partisan. First, there was a question as to whether or not this was an attempt to attack the conservative members of the Supreme Court by raising ethical questions. I tried to make a point several times that the first letter that I sent to a Chief Justice, this Chief Justice, on the issue of Code of Ethics for the Supreme Court, I delivered on February the 13th, 2012, during the Obama administration. So this was not some newfound interest. I've been working on it for years. My colleague, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, also has dedicated a major part of his Senate career to this issue of ethical standards before the Supreme Court. So the notion that we just invented this because of unhappiness with a recent court decision just doesn't hold up. Many of us have been working on this issue for years before any of these decisions were handed down. There was also an argument that Congress has no authority to establish standards for the Supreme Court. As I mentioned earlier, when we had the stock disclosure law passed last year, it was embraced by the court. The court goes through some form of financial disclosure based on a law passed in 1978. And by and large, there are many ways that the Congress interfaces with the Supreme Court, not the least of which is its budget. So we're in constant communication with the court and its operation. I believe that we clearly have the authority to establish ethical standards in law for the Supreme Court. The Republicans, to a person, disagreed with it. We also had an argument made that somehow we had singled out Clarence Thomas, a justice on the Supreme Court, and decided that he was going to be persecuted by this type of inquiry. Well, let me say the facts that were disclosed about his gift-taking from a Texas billionaire were extraordinary. I think they were a surprise to most people. Justice Thomas has not denied the fact that he took hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of vacations, yacht trips to Indonesia, private aircraft, from this Texas billionaire. He dismissed it and said that it was personal hospitality. Personal hospitality does not include transportation. And of course, this included a lot of the most luxurious transportation imaginable that the justice received. So to say that this was acceptable conduct, it clearly was to the Republicans yesterday, but I think most Americans want to know a little bit more about the relationship that would lead a justice to take hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of trip, not to mention that the same billionaire bought his mother's home and allowed her to live there afterwards. And so that was worth at least $140,000 to the benefit of the justice's family again. There were questions raised throughout as to why we would pick on one conservative justice. I will tell you the disclosures that have come out since the Thomas article about the gifts he's received from the Texas billionaire have included many members of the court, certainly those who wouldn't be put in the conservative category. Questions have been raised. Questions are raised about members of Congress all the time, and they should be. I know each year when I disclose my taxes and my net worth in detail, somebody's going to call with a question. Explain this item to me. Explain that item to me. That is part of the responsibility of public service. It's no fun, but it's part of the job. If you want to be a public figure, I think you owe it to the people to be assuring them at every step of the way that you're being honest about discharging your duties. So we haven't given up. When it comes to the Senate Judiciary Committee and the issue of ethics, we're far from finished. We had good testimony yesterday from witnesses that I think give us a basis for moving forward in this area. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that people, as skeptical as they are of politicians, they have every right to be, believe that the institutions, whether it's Congress or the Supreme Court or the President's office, are at least credible and trustworthy. Establishing a fundamental ethical standard that assures that fact is absolutely essential, and the Senate Judiciary Committee will continue that pursuit. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call a roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Rono. Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Frost, Mr. Dupree, I really enjoyed both of your testimonies, and I thought they were speaking to the importance of trying to find balance. The Supreme Court is probably one of the most important parts of our government, and its independence to rule is critical. And I appreciated Mr. Dupree injecting some skepticism about how anything that we do, if it can be exploited by this very political institution called Congress, is somewhat problematic and something that I would tread on very lightly. And I enjoyed both of your testimonies for that reason. Professor Forrest, can I just ask you that there are some legitimate concerns, I think, that Mr. Dupree brought up. And I wonder if you could just talk to me this balance between separation of powers and checks and balances, which you spoke to so eloquently, is really what I'm looking at myself. There's been, unsurprisingly, a lot of political talk today in this hearing, but at the end of the day, I think America wants their Supreme Court, something I learned at Yale Law School, if I learned anything, there was this idea of the appearance of impropriety and how problematic that is for a lawyer, not to mention the highest court in the land. And as was said in some of the early writings, is that the Supreme Court has no army. It vests its power in the consent of the governed. And these are very fundamental ideals. And I'm just wondering if you could help me with that balance.
Yes, and thank you for the question. So I hear Mr. Dupree's concern that we would not want ethics rules to be used as some way in which to penalize justices for their decisions. And in fact, I started my testimony by saying decisional independence is vital. But I actually think it's the absence of ethics rules that is harming the courts and leading to the problems we see today in terms of public perception. If ethics laws were strengthened or passed by this Congress, they would apply to all the justices. If there was more transparency in the court and its process for dealing with ethical problems, then we wouldn't have certain reporters publicizing certain justices' problems. We'd have transparency about each and every justice, whether they were abiding by the rules and what should happen next. So I think it's the absence of laws that is leading to the problem of political attacks on justices. If we had better legislation, we'd see less of that.
And what about concerns you would have when we enter into this space that is not something we regularly do in writing this legislation? What are some of the reasonable concerns that you would have about how that legislation is narrowly tailored to the end that we are looking for?
Well, so first, and I think this is in the proposed legislation, it would be best for the Supreme Court itself to draft a code of conduct for itself. I agree with others on this panel who have said that the code of conduct for the lower courts, which the Supreme Court says it follows or uses as guidance, it maybe needs to be tweaked or changed in various ways to deal with the unique nature of the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court itself should come up with a code that it drafts for itself, but legislation could tell the court, you must do this now, because we've been waiting since Elena Kagan testified that in 2019 they were seriously considering doing it, and they have yet to take action.
It's almost stunning that they haven't, to me. I don't want to ask you to speculate as to why not. Clearly, America's faith in their court on both sides, people identify as independent, Republican or Democrat, they're losing their faith in this institution. And something that is, I'm an X-generation guy, and maybe like many in my generation, we took for granted the rock-solid nature of our democratic ideals and principles until we started seeing them, very unprecedented things happen, including the Capitol being overrun for the second time in American history, not happening before since the War of 1812 and 1814. And so could you maybe at least explain this idea that the Supreme Court, maybe what the founders had in mind in terms of its urgency to self-govern, to do things that would protect itself from that kind of loss of confidence?
Yes, I mean, I think the framers of the Constitution realized how important it was to have a judiciary that was insulated, that its decisions were insulated from political pressure. But equally, the framers realized that they would want Congress to play a role in the establishment of the courts, the lower courts, which are at the Congress's choice to create them, and the Supreme Court, which must exist but does not control most aspects of its administration, like its size, like the quorum requirements, like when it meets. Even significant aspects of its jurisdiction are controlled by Congress as the framers intended. And what they intended to do was have Congress ensure that the courts run effectively to serve the nation's interests. And that's what this legislation
would do. So the last point I want to make, which is something that, again, in all my studies of the founding of our country, this worry about concentrations of power, this worry about the corruptibility of officials should they not have checks and balances. We have seen that writ large in our society in the other branches of government, how corruption happens. Because you get elected to the Supreme Court, you are not beyond the corrupting influences of our society, which are often revolving around enormous influences of wealth. And so could you just give me one more point on if we are going to hand on a democracy stronger than we inherited, or at least as secure, is there some wisdom to glean from the understanding the founders had about the fallibility of the people that hold these sacred offices?
Yes, the framers were very clear that there would be partial control of each branch over the other because no one should be unaccountable, and ambition must counteract ambition, as James Madison put it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Booker. Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all of the witnesses for being here. I want to talk about...
Number one, we think that people should be able to say, I don't want my personal data trained on. I think that's
right. That gets to a national privacy law, which many of us here on the dais are working toward getting something that we can use.
Yeah, I think strong privacy.
My time's expired. Let me yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Blackburn. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senator Blackburn, I love Nashville, love Tennessee, love your music, but I will say I used ChatGPT and just asked what are the top creative song artists of all time, and 2 of the top 3 were from Minnesota. That would be Prince and
I'm sure they moved
Prince
to
and Bob
Nashville
Dylan. Okay, all right. So let us continue on.
One thing AI won't change, and you're seeing it here.
All right. So on a more serious note, though, my staff and I, in my role as chair of the Rules Committee and leading a lot of the election bill, and we just introduced a bill that's Representative Yvette Clarke from New York introduced over the House, Senator Booker and Bennett and I did, on political advertisements. But that is just, of course, the tip of the iceberg. You know this from your discussions with Senator Hawley and others about the images, and my own view. Senator Graham's of Section 230 is that we just can't let people make stuff up and then not have any consequence. But I'm going to focus in on what one of my jobs will be on the Rules Committee, and that is election misinformation. And we just asked ChatGPT to do a tweet about a polling location in Bloomington, Minnesota, and said there are long lines at this polling location at Atonement Lutheran Church. Where should we go? Now, albeit it's not an election right now, but the answer, the tweet that was drafted, was a completely fake thing. Go to 1234 Elm Street. And so you can imagine what I'm concerned about here with an election upon us, with primary elections upon us, that we're going to have all kinds of misinformation. And I just want to know what you're planning on doing about it. I know we're going to have to do something soon, not just for the images of the candidates, but also for misinformation about the actual polling places and election rules.
Thank you, Senator. We talked about this a little bit earlier. We are quite concerned about the impact this can have on elections. I think this is an area where hopefully the entire industry and the government can work together quickly. There's many approaches, and I'll talk about some of the things we do, but before that, I think it's tempting to use the frame of social media, but this is not social media, this is different, and so the response that we need is different. You know, this is a tool that a user is using to help generate content more efficiently than before. They can change it, they can test the accuracy of it. If they don't like it, they can get another version. But it still then spreads through social media or other ways. Like ChatGPT is a single player experience where you're just using this. And so I think as we think about what to do, that's important to understand. There's a lot that we can and do there. There's things that the model refuses to generate. We have policies. We also importantly have monitoring. So at scale, we can detect someone generating a lot of those tweets, even if generating one tweet is okay.
Yeah, and of course there's going to be other platforms, and if they're all spouting out fake election information, I think what happened in the past with Russian interference and the like, it's just going to be a tip of the iceberg when some of those fake ads. So that's number one. Number two, is the impact on intellectual property. And Senator Blackburn was getting at some of this with song rights, and I have serious concerns about that. But news content. So Senator Kennedy and I have a bill that was really quite straightforward that would simply allowed the the news organizations an exemption to be able to negotiate with basically Google and Facebook. Microsoft was supportive of the bill, but basically negotiate with them to get better rates and be able to not have some leverage. And other countries are doing this, Australia and the like. And so my question is, when we already have a study by Northwestern predicting that 1/3 of the U.S. newspapers that roughly existed 2 decades are going to be gone by 2025, unless you start compensating for everything from movies, books, yes, but also news content, we're going to lose any realistic content producers. And so I'd like your response to that. And of course, there is an exemption for copyright in Section 230. But I think asking little newspapers to go out and sue all the time just can't be the answer. They're not going to be able to keep up.
Yeah, like, it is my hope that tools like what we're creating can help news organizations do better. I think having a vibrant national media is critically important, and let's call it round one of the internet has not been great for that.
Right, we're talking here about local, that, report on your high school football scores and a scandal in your city council, those kinds of things.
For sure.
They're the ones that are actually getting the worst, the little radio stations and broadcast. But do you understand that this could be exponentially worse in terms of local news content if they're not compensated?
Well,
because what they need is to be compensated for their content and not have it stolen.
Yeah, again, our model, the current version of GPT-4 ended training in 2021. It's not a good way to find recent news, and I don't think it's a service that can do a great job of linking out. Although maybe with our plugins, it's possible. If there are things that we can do to help local news, we would certainly like to. Again, I think it's critically important.
Okay. One last.
May I add something there?
Yeah, but let me just ask you a question. You can combine them quick. More transparency on the platforms. Senator Coons and Senator Cassidy and I have the Platform Accountability Transparency Act to give researchers access to this information of the algorithms and the like on social media data. Would that be helpful? And then why don't you just say yes or no, and then go at his the
Transparency is absolutely critical here to understand the political ramifications, the bias ramifications, and so forth. We need transparency about the data. We need to know more about how the models work. We need to have scientists have access to them. I was just going to amplify your earlier point about local news. A lot of news is going to be generated by these systems. They're not reliable. NewsGuard already has a study, I'm sorry it's not in my appendix, but I will get it to your office, showing that something like 50 websites are already generated by bots. We're going to see much, much more of that, and it's going to make it even more competitive for the local news organizations. And so the quality of the sort of overall news market is going to decline as we have more generated content by systems that aren't actually reliable in the content they're generated.
Thank you, and thank you on a very timely basis to make the argument why we have to mark up this bill again in June. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator Graham. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Senator Hawley for having this. I'm trying to find out how it is different.
4 bills, Senator Feinstein.
I just wanted to say one thing, and that's about cops on the beat. I was mayor of San Francisco for 9 years. There was no program more favorable with people than police on the streets. They got to know them. There was a positive relationship. The crime rate went down. And I came away from the job really understanding the necessary for the juncture. And anything we can do to help, I think we should.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman.
I agree with you completely. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you and Ranking Member Graham for convening this hearing. There's limited time and a couple important questions I want to make sure to get in, so let me get right to it, and I'll ask responses to be under a minute if at all possible. Clearly, we've established today that farm workers play a critical role in ensuring our domestic food supply is both secure and sustainable. Farm workers, and I've seen this firsthand, work in jobs that are among the most dangerous, the most strenuous, and yet the least compensated in the country. And far too often with the fewest labor protections. As Mr. Litch stated in his testimony, food security is national security, and that could not have been clearer than what we all saw during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's one of the many reasons that the first bill I introduced in the Senate was my Citizenship for Essential Workers Act. My first question is for Mr. Costa. Agricultural workforce industry employs about 400,000 workers. Given the significant overrepresentation of undocumented immigrants in the industry, how could providing a pathway to legalization for farm workers bolster the U.S. economy and trade relations?
Well, it would bolster the economy by allowing immigrants to have rights in the workplace, labor and employment rights, and be able to better themselves, and their wages would rise, and they'd be able to pay taxes and have just the security of being able to go to work. And I would say it's actually 800,000 workers in California. 400,000 is full-time jobs, so it's a very large number of workers that need those protections.
Thank you. I'll just add to that they are paying taxes into programs that they aren't eligible to benefit from. So it's a net benefit to the federal government and to the U.S. economy. Second topic, as temperatures continue to rise across the country, and more workers, including farm workers, are at increased risk of heat illness, which can often lead to not just cramps, but organ damage, heat exhaustion, stroke, even death. In fact, according to a recent Public Citizen report, heat stress is expected to kill 2,000 workers and cause an additional 170,000 workplace injuries across the country. That's why I've introduced the Asunción Valdivia Heat Illness and Fatality Prevention Act. Ms. Torres, can you discuss what protections exist for farm workers currently that suffer from heat-related injuries, or what Congress can do to better support these protections?
Thank you, Senator. Well, for most farm workers, there remains no requirement that would provide access to shade for periodic breaks to be able to get a reprieve from the sun, something that basic. At the national level, there is no heat standard, and clearly the bill that you have introduced, Asunción Valdivia bill, would basically do what we have done in California, where farm workers do have access to be able to take paid breaks whenever they need them, when it is hot, so that they can get that reprieve, and the type of water and access to water that they would need. So these are all very important things, and so we certainly encourage having the Asunción Valdivia Act pass. California is only...
I was just going to add, and to be clear, we're not talking about shade and cool drinking water as a luxury or as a comfort.
Basic.
We're talking about basic protections and conditions that are on a very regular basis. In other parts of the country, but particularly the West, temperatures of 110, 120 degrees from sunrise to sunset. Extreme weather conditions. The last topic, if I can get to it quickly, deals with worker protections. Despite the grueling and dangerous work, farm workers themselves often struggle to feed their own families because of low wages. In fact, official data tells us 1/3 of farm workers live below the poverty line. I actually think the real number is bigger. Fewer than half have health insurance or paid sick leave of any kind. They do not qualify for unemployment insurance or other social safety net programs because of their undocumented status. And most farm workers do not have the right to collective bargaining. And without that, they can be retaliated against for organizing, for reporting unfair labor practices, or even complaining about working conditions. That's why I've introduced the Fairness for Farm Workers Act last Congress that would have guaranteed overtime. Simple concept, overtime pay and additional minimum wage protections for farm workers. Can you describe for a minute what some of the protections that have been gained in California and how they've helped workers?
Absolutely, Senator. Well, overtime pay, as you mentioned, is something that farm workers around the country don't usually get to experience. And so in California, we were able to pass an overtime law that allows for farm workers to be able to get overtime after 40 hours worth of work. Prior to that, workers could work up to 60 hours or more. That's 6 days a week, often working 10 or more hours a day. And so what time do they get to spend with their children? You have farm workers now who are able to spend that time with their kids. They are able to get overtime like any other worker after they work those 40 hours. So it makes a huge difference in the quality of their life. But in addition, for their paycheck, right? It makes a difference to be able to get paid for the very deserving backbreaking work that they do.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I know my time is up, but I just can't help but to request a fact check. Earlier in the hearing, Senator Graham cited a statistic suggesting that 60 to 75% of our farm workforce are immigrants, and was surprised that it's not a higher figure. My understanding is that 60 to 75% figure refers specifically to undocumented immigrants. If we were to add lawful immigrants, visa holders, and otherwise, the figure would clearly be a lot higher, and I'd be surprised if the total figure isn't in the mid to high 90s. Senator Graham also implied that providing permanent protections for farm workers would serve as a magnet for migrants and lead to a surge at the border. Let's be real. Republicans said the same thing about the lifting of Title 42. And the surge did not happen. For members wanting to address irregular migration, we have to acknowledge that the pressures created for irregular migration are in large part driven by how hard we make it to come to this country lawfully. Whether it's the process, whether it's the backlogs, whether it's the caps. Mr. Chair, there was no surge when Title 42 was lifted. There will be no surge if we pass the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. There will be no surge if we pass the DREAM Act. To paraphrase Senator Graham once again, we can do a small deal, we can do a medium deal, we can do a big deal. But my God, let's get past the pretext, let's get past the excuses, let's get past the rhetoric, and let's do a deal that's good for growers, good for workers, good for consumers, and good for our national security. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Senator Ossoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Durbin has stepped out and left me to chair in his stead, and I'm also
I
next
like you
in
better.
line.
You're doing a hell of a job.
Not in public, Senator Kennedy, please.
You're doing a hell of a job.
Okay, so I have the privilege of sitting on both the Judiciary and Intelligence Committees. And let me just start by saying I think there's no serious doubt about the collection value of this overarching authority. And the most important question that we need to be focused on at this hearing is U.S. person queries. That is the principal source of concern for me and I think for many of my colleagues. And Mr. Olson, it's the case, is it not, that the FBI can query this database for U.S. person communications simply seeking evidence of a crime. It does not have to be a national security investigation, correct?
It is correct, Senator. Thank you for the question, that the FBI can search using a U.S. person identifier for either foreign intelligence or evidence of a crime, but there must be a reasonable basis to believe that there is information in the Section 702 data that would be responsive to such a query.
Yeah, why should there not be a warrant requirement for these searches, which are known as crime-only searches, whereby FBI agents are seeking the communications of Americans, either considering opening a criminal investigation or in the midst of a predicated criminal investigation? Why should there not be a warrant requirement for such a U.S. person query?
So stepping back for a moment, if I may, just to provide
just for a moment,
very quickly, Section 702 is a foreign intelligence tool. It's
yes.
not a law enforcement tool.
Right. So why is it used for domestic law enforcement purposes?
It has been used exceedingly rarely where a query using a U.S. person identifier would have identified information that did not have a foreign intelligence purpose. So outside of the national security realm, not involving a terrorism or espionage or cyber charge or
Yeah,
investigation.
so it can be used for this purpose, and it has been used for this purpose.
2022, it was 16 different times. 14 of those times where it was used for evidence of a crime only were where the U.S. government had an affirmative discovery obligation to search.
Well, we'll get into those numbers in a
Yeah.
second, but it begs the question, if it's so rare as you state, why not go get a warrant?
I think the initial idea was that there would be occasions, perhaps, where an agent or an analyst would find evidence of a crime only, not national security information, in the 702 data and would want to be able to use that. And it has happened that an agent found evidence of child abuse while looking at Section 702 data. So pure evidence of a crime that they were
Different
then
case.
able
We're
to
talking
follow.
about seeking evidence of a crime only. We're not talking about encountering evidence of other crimes in the course of querying foreign intelligence information. We're talking about U.S. person queries whose sole purpose is investigating domestic crime. Why should that not require a warrant?
The reason for not requiring a warrant is that this is lawfully collected information that is in the FBI holdings, and to simply wall off the FBI, for example, in the child abuse context, from seeing that information and using it would prevent them from being able to follow
That's
up
a
on
different fact pattern. That's encountering evidence of a crime in the course of conducting foreign intelligence investigations. This is a question I think that the committee needs to look into. I want to talk about this question of justification. We got a document last night, about 12 hours before this hearing, announcing some new reforms. I want to read back something that you said to Chair Durbin in this hearing. You said, starting in 2021, the FBI agent or analyst had to actually affirmatively take the step that I'm going to conduct a search using a U.S. person identifier and then say why that was reasonably likely to return foreign intelligence information. This is the justification for the query that has to be entered into the system. But it's the case, isn't it, that until 12 hours ago, when we received this, they only had to enter that justification if they actually looked at the results. They did not have to enter that justification to enter the query, correct?
That's correct. It was only if there was responsive information from the query. At that point, there would be the obligation to
Right, so they
justify.
can enter the query, and they're going to see substantive information before they view the full results. Aren't they going to see a number of results? They may see some metadata. They may even see some preview content, correct?
I don't believe that there would be any opportunity to review any content of what was produced in response to the query before entering the justification.
No metadata.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, it's metadata either way, isn't it? Because it reveals whether or not the U.S. person being investigated has had contact with anyone in the FBI's portion of the underlying 702 database, correct?
It may simply be sent. I don't know the exact answer.
So I'm out of time, but
it may simply be a response that there is responsive information in the data, but nothing further.
I'm out of time, but let me just say, so as I said at the beginning, I don't have any doubt about the foreign intelligence value of this. But the U.S. person query aspect of this is really concerning to the Congress. I don't think you've effectively made the case that there shouldn't be a warrant requirement, whether or not it is constitutionally required for a U.S. person search that is crime only. And it just, it undermines the feeling about transparency. When you and your colleagues making the rounds for the last few months about touting the reforms you've implemented have been explaining to us that, well, ever since the reforms were made, we have to state a justification for the query. When it turns out that you only had to state the justification for the query if you actually decided to look at what the search revealed. So U.S. person queries is an area ripe for statutory changes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Ossoff. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, every day when I'm home...
Thank you, Senator Graham. Before I begin my questions, I want to remind my colleagues that following this open session, we'll have a closed session in SVC 217 at 12 p.m. today where you can pose questions that may not be able to be answered in open session. I'd like to start with questioning by just noting the following. I listened to how this program was described by our witnesses. Mr. Fanzone described it as an elegant program. Mr. Barnes described it as agile and specific. Mr. Cohen referred to precision. Mr. Olson that it was irreplaceable and invaluable, and so forth. But since the last reauthorization of Section 702 in 2017, many violations of the constitutional, statutory, and court-imposed restrictions on Section 702 have come to light. Last month, an unsealed Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, or FISC, opinion revealed that the FBI conducted improper searches of 702 databases for American communications 278,000 times. 278,000 times. These searches have affected all manner of Americans, such as individuals listed in police and homicide reports, including victims, next of kin, and witnesses to the crime. 133 people were arrested during the 2020 Black Lives Matter protest when, as Justice Department itself concluded, quote, there was no specific factual basis to think the searches would turn up foreign intelligence. And 19,000 donors to congressional campaigns when, quote, the only 8 identifiers used in the query had sufficient ties to foreign influence activities to allow such a search. 8 out of 19,000. Mr. Abate and Mr. Olson, you both testified regarding the remedial measures that have been implemented or are underway, but why should Congress or the American people trust the executive to comply with the law this time in light of this track record?
Thank you, Chair Durbin. I'll first take the question and then pass it off to the Deputy Director. As we both said, the problems that you've cited and that we've identified in our reviews of the FBI queries are not acceptable, and I don't defend them. I'm not here to do that. What I can tell you is that those problems predate the critical remedial measures that were put in place in 2021 and 2022. In particular, the FBI made a simple change to its system at the Attorney General's direction. Instead of, by default, when there was a query conducted by an FBI analyst or agent, searching all of its data, including FISA, raw FISA, and 702 data, it simply switched that to a default opt-in so that from that point forward, starting in 2021, the FBI agent or analyst had to actually affirmatively take the step of saying, I'm going to conduct a search using a U.S. person identifier, and then say why that was reasonably likely to return foreign intelligence information. And it was that single change that has resulted primarily in the reduction of the number of U.S. person queries by 93% from 2021 to 2022. So it wasn't, again, these changes or these problems, these mistakes were not intentional. They were inadvertent. They're not defensible, but they were addressed largely by just simply requiring an affirmative step to search that data because most of those searches were inadvertent. And if I may, one other point on the 278,000 number within the court opinion that you cited. Obviously, that's a huge number. The one thing to put that in some context, the one response to put that number in context, that doesn't represent each one of those a single wrongful query. Many of those queries were batch queries. In other words, multiple queries by one mistake, one agent making a mistake. In fact, one of those errors accounts for over 100,000 of the 278,000. So I think it's important to put that number, again, in context, again, not to defend or to excuse that mistake.
It's been a source of frustration since the creation of this program to get adequate accountability for the numbers, either on the positive side or the negative side. And you have to, I hope, understand why some of us are skeptical at this point. That 278,000 doesn't mean 278,000. I'm not sure where you're going with that. Let me just ask the basic fundamental question in the few seconds I have left. Is the skill of our adversaries and the potential destruction that they could bring to us by their malicious acts really made the Fourth Amendment something that we have to question whether we can follow it in the 21st century?
So again, the FBI is committed, the Department of Justice is committed to ensuring the safeguards are followed with regard to 702. There is no diminution of the Fourth Amendment when we're talking about U.S. person queries. In other words, the answer to your question is we do not need to dispense with the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment applies fully to everything we do. In fact, it's the hallmark of the work that we do when we investigate and prosecute cases is to follow the Fourth Amendment along with the rest of the Constitution. The courts that have looked at this, had looked at FISA 702 and FBI queries, no judge has said that there is a Fourth Amendment requirement for the FBI to query the data that's already lawfully collected. In fact, the courts that have looked at it have said there is no Fourth Amendment violation or requirement. There certainly are privacy implications here, and that's why we've adopted the changes that we've talked about, and that's why the FBI has today announced additional compliance measures, which again are already proving to be effective.
I can't go any further because I've run out of time, but I will tell you that if the reforms that you've mentioned in 2021 and 2022 are the only reforms that you're bringing to this committee as we discuss the future of 702, I've got to see more. I hope there is more that you can present. Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both to you and the ranking member for holding this committee. And thanks to all five of the witnesses here. It takes a lot to be here, especially two of our younger witnesses. I was terrified in speaking in front of crowds when I was both of your ages, and it just is extraordinary to me, the raw truth and testimony that you've shared with folks here. Ms. Robinson, I just want to start with you because I still live in this little bit of a bizarro world where I have arguments with friends. I'm not talking about political friends. I'm talking about folks from my community who think I'm wrong when I say in most states in America, a gay American could post their pictures of their wedding online and then the next day be fired from their job. I mean, literally, most Americans think that this has already been accomplished somehow, that you, just by being gay, you can be discriminated against at your workplace, you can be discriminated against in public accommodations, you can be discriminated against in getting access to financial means that most Americans take for granted. You can be discriminated against even serving on a jury. Could you speak to that for a moment? And just like, I know we're talking about a lot of issues here, but that to me seems outrageous.
Absolutely. This is very real and why we need the Equality Act. What the Equality Act would do is make explicit non-discrimination protections across race, gender, sex, and sexual orientation. That's currently not something that exists. You know, one of the reasons that we did the state of emergency is to lift up this crisis and make it clear, especially as Americans are thinking about where they're going to go to school or taking new jobs across the country. We had to make it clear that there is a dizzying patchwork of protections for LGBTQ plus people across this country. In service of that, we issued a guidebook that includes Know Your Rights resources, where you can go to file complaints, and then also tools to navigate some of these more hostile states.
And if I can just interrupt you, because I had the privilege of serving with John Lewis, and I'm happy with Senator Merkley and Senator Baldwin to lead on this bill in the Senate, but on the House side, John Lewis was leading on this bill. And when you asked him, here's this, Christian, Southern, black elder man, and he would say that these issues are so similar to what he was dealing with. The same things people said about why they didn't want black people in their restaurant, why they didn't want black people to marry white people, why they didn't feel comfortable with their private business. Why do I have to hire black people? People use religious excuses, cultural excuses. This is my own beliefs that it's wrong. The Bible says it's wrong. It is amazing to me that growing up with two black parents talking about the struggles of the time, who did get denied jobs and promotions, who did see violence and threats, who told stories about white people and black people that were attacked for standing up for equal rights for African Americans. Am I wrong to draw this basic parallel of human dignity, whether it's gender discrimination, discrimination against LGBTQ Americans, black Americans, Muslim Americans? Is there a line that goes through about the basic right to be an American and have equal rights?
Absolutely. This is fundamentally a civil rights issue. The Equality Act has to be signed into law to give us all equal access to that American dream. And I think the other through line here is that oftentimes we've been able to find ourselves on the right side of these social issues. For example, the same things that they're saying about trans people today, they were saying about lesbian gay people 20 years ago, and now the Respect for Marriage Act is the law of the land. The same horrific things they're saying about trans people today, they were saying it about people that lived with HIV and AIDS 30 years ago, and now we've significantly reduced stigma, and we're on our way to ending that epidemic in this generation, in our lifetimes. We can make change on this, but it starts by opening our hearts and minds and acknowledging that in the story of America, so many of us have faced discrimination. When we've come together, when we fought and understood that an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us, we've been able to change the course of history.
I was very moved by your testimony, Ms. Gaines, especially because I don't think most Americans understand what it is to be an elite athlete. I'm here because I was a Division I player, fundamentally 50, 60-hour work weeks on my athletic skills. The first year I stepped out, you might have had this experience yourself, I felt like, oh my God, this is how civilians sort of live when you have just so much time. You're not getting up and doing practices. The experiences you had, and the picture that my colleague, Senator Hawley, showed is just outrageous, deplorable, and unacceptable for you talking to your truth. Ms. Walker, what stuns me about what we're seeing right now is that a lot of Americans don't understand how widespread the bullying and the threats and the violence are, not just to those of us who are in elite competition, who often face dealing with these issues as the NCAA is dealing with them, but the widespread nature. I think, Ms. Robinson, in your longer testimony, you were talking about the unbelievable, something's happened in the last decade of this rise of threats and bullying and violence and murder of LGBTQ Americans at levels that are frightening to me. And Ms. Walker, I want to just end with you because I don't think most Americans understand what it's like to try to just live your truth for the average American that is LGBTQ or trans. Could you just tell one more time, as you've listened to the testimony today, just how it feels just to be a teenager living your life as you do?
Yeah, it definitely is a struggle day to day. Growing up in a conservative state where there is a lot of misinformation spread about what trans people are, what we do, and how we're just like everybody else, it's definitely been hard for me. Like I said in my testimony, I was severely bullied in middle school to the point where I had to drop out of public school because there was so much hate every day in the hallways, being misgendered, being dead named, and it got to physical violence at a certain point. And so I had to drop out of public school for that year, and the school wasn't doing anything about it.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the latitude. And again, if this is about protecting our children, the stories of Ms. Walker and other trans children, it just needs to be heard about what you're enduring. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Senator Cruz?
Persons who are testifying today. For Ms. Robinson, do you know what percentage of women's sports consists of transgender participants?
It is a very small number. I can say that that the Williams Institute has estimated about 300,000 trans youth total in the United States. That's less than a percentage of a percent. And when some of these laws pass in places like Utah, they are putting into place broad sports bans that ban kids from playing as early as the age of 5 years old. In Utah specifically, when the governor explored more about that piece of legislation, he last year called it cruel because it actually only impacted 4 trans students in the state and only 1 trans girl. So we know that there's a very small percentage of trans women that are actually playing in sports that these bills are targeting.
So, it's I hardly know what to say because I would think that human rights belong to everyone and that trans rights are human rights, and I think we must do more to ensure that the trans community and the LGBTQ plus community more broadly can live as their authentic selves, free from the threat of and real violence or discrimination. So, Ms. Walker, thank you very much for being here. Do you play in sports? Do you participate or compete in sports?
I do not.
So would you say that most, I would think that most transgender girls are not competing in sports, but you just want to be able to be free from these kinds of totally discriminatory laws that does not allow you to be yourself.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. Whereas I don't personally compete in sports, so I can't speak for the trans kids that do compete in sports. I will say that it's even more scary for us in situations like that, because can you imagine somebody like me having to compete in a men's sports team? That would be detrimental to my mental health, and I would feel unsafe. And so I think things like the Equality Act are necessary to protect these trans people from discrimination, because we have the right, I have the right as a woman, just as Ms. Gaines has the right as a woman to compete in women's sports. And just because I wasn't born in a female body doesn't mean I don't have that same right.
Thank you. And as long as we're focusing on sports, of course, we know that there are huge differences in so-called male sports and the support that's given to male sports and so-called male athletes versus women's sports. And, there's all kinds of data about the discrimination in these in so-called male and so-called female sports. In fact, one of my colleagues, who is very much opposed to transgender persons competing in female sports, said if we allow transgender persons to compete in against females, that we're going to see coaches encouraging boys to become transgender to compete against girls. Ms. Robinson, is this what's happening in sports?
No, it is not. There is an incredible process that people have to go through to come out that can be painful, that's about exposing yourself to your family, to your friends in different ways. I can't imagine someone enduring all of that simply to play a sport. These are people that are only trying to live, as Harley has told us, to play sports that match their gender identities so that they can get all the positive benefits that we've talked about: self-esteem building, self-confidence, the ability to work within a team. I just can't see why we would deny that opportunity to children as young as 5 years old.
One last question. So we have all of these laws, Don't Say Gay and other kind of laws. Maybe this is a question for Dr. Lopez. As you work with transgender community, LGBTQ persons, so what do these kinds of bans on books, what kind of impact do they have on the persons that you treat?
Well, these are, one has to remember that transgender children and adolescents are already a vulnerable population. They have to make an extra effort compared to non-transgender children to socialize, to feel like they belong, to participate in sports, which they have the right to, as Harley said. And if there's already a climate of you can be targeted, you will be treated differently, these kids tend to isolate themselves. I have patients who have no friends, like 0 friends. I have patients that are just do online or homeschool because they're terrified about going to school, let alone participate in sports. That can be terrifying for them. And I have one patient that I saw last week that the mom told me is a 12-year-old who plays soccer, and it's not competitive, it's just with the school. And she told me, this bill is going to be devastating for my child. I will have to move out of state if the bill that bans sports participation passes, because that has kept my child alive. That was the thing that helped me engage and feel accepted with peers. So yes, all this climate is really harming the social life and the growth of my patients, of these kids.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks very much. Appreciate this hearing, Chairman. Appreciate the panel being here.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I was glad to be here for all your testimony, and thank you for that. I guess I'll start with you, Mr. Harleston. Approximately, I know you talked about this a bit with some of the other senators, Senator Blackburn, approximately half of the states have laws that give individuals control over the use of their name, image, and voice, but in the other half of the country, someone who was harmed by a fake recording purporting to be them has little recourse. In your testimony, you talk about new laws and how they could protect musicians' names, likenesses, and voices, the right of publicity, I think you called it. Can you talk about why creating this is important in the face of emerging AI, and how have statutes in states that have these protections helped artists?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. It is critical in this environment when we're talking about the creative expression that the artist has made, that the right of publicity also be extended at the federal level. There is inconsistency, but more importantly, the preemptive element of it is critical. Raising it to the level of an intellectual property is also critical. What we've seen, and this is really in the area of deep fakes, where you've seen, I think Ms. Ortiz referenced how many times her name was listed. We're finding with our artists, particularly the ones that are most established, that their names are daily hundreds of thousands of posts with their names, and also there's sometimes images that are used as well. So it's critical to have this right. To protect the artists and their use. And if I could just say one thing on the, I know this is not your question, but I have to say it.
There we go.
Because it's killing me.
I'll just add it to my time.
All right, thank you. It's on the opt-in, opt-out, there's an element beyond commerciality, and I want to make sure everyone understands. As Ms. Ortiz did reference it about she probably wouldn't want a license to an AI, and there we have artists that don't want a license to streaming services. So it's not always about the commerciality. Some artists just don't want their art distributed in certain ways. And the Beatles didn't come on to streaming platforms till about 7, 8 years ago. That was a decision that was very important to them. So I want to add that into the conversation. I know that wasn't your question.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, very good. And so what do you see as the obligations of social media platforms on this?
With respect to AI?
Uh-huh.
Oh, a great, fantastic question. We believe that the social media platforms absolutely have an obligation. I will say this, that we could help them by giving them a hook beyond copyright in terms of being able to take down some of the deep fakes.
Yeah.
We've had challenges with some of the platforms in this.
Right, exactly. And I think we're seeing the same thing. I guess I would turn to you, Mr. Brooks. You talked about advocating for creative ways to help people identify AI-created content. And when we talk about deep fakes, we're already seeing this with political ads and not even paid ads, just videos that are put out there. There was one of my colleagues, Senator Warren, that was just total lie, that saying that, acting like it was her, that she was saying people from one party shouldn't be able to vote. We've seen it in the Republican presidential primary. A number of us on a bipartisan basis are working on this. I chair the Rules Committee, so this is kind of my other hat. Do you agree that without tools for people to determine whether an image or video is generated by AI, that would pose a risk to our free and fair elections if you can't tell if the candidate you're seeing is the candidate or not?
No, thank you, Senator. Look, we absolutely believe that these transparency initiatives, like CAI with Adobe, are a really important part of how we make the information ecosystem more robust. This isn't just an AI problem or a social media problem. It's going to require everyone, and it's going to require accountability right across that ecosystem. But what we think is, we have in place things like metadata, things like watermarking for content. They're just some more of the signals that social media platforms can use to decide whether they're going to amplify certain content. And that's
yes, and we've got this Real Political Advertisement Act with Senator Booker and Senator Bennett. There's a version initially that was also introduced in the House. And so that's one solution, but we're also going to have to look at, I would say, banning some of this content, because even a label or a watermark, if it's not going to help the artist or the candidate if everyone thinks it's them and it's not. And then at the end it says generated by AI.
Yeah. It's a great question, and a really important one, I think, Senator, because there's a few things in there. I think there's the question of the use of likeness, particularly for improper purposes, where you're implying that there's some kind of endorsement or affiliation between a particular person and a particular work or idea. that is different, I think, to the use of the kind of free experimentation with style and some of these other issues that tend to get lumped together in AI outputs. And so in terms of these scenarios that you're talking about, there is this kind of improper use. You're implying that someone endorses or embraces a cause or a work that they're not affiliated with, and there needs to be clear rules around how likeness is used in that context, whether through right of publicity or through some of the bespoke deepfake legislation.
Okay, last, Mr. Rao. Our recent study, and I know you've worked on this democracy issue, which I truly appreciate, a recent study by Northwestern predicted that 1/3 of the U.S. newspapers that existed roughly 2 decades ago will be gone by 2025. The bill that Senator Kennedy and I have, the Journalism Competition and Preservation Act, would allow local news organizations to negotiate with online platforms, including generative AI platforms. This bill passed through this committee now twice. Could you describe how Adobe approaches this issue? And in your experience, is it possible to train sophisticated generative AI models without using copyrighted materials absent consent?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. Our current model that is out there is trained using the licensed content that I had mentioned before, and other content that has no restrictions on it, and it comes from the right holders directly. So we definitely think it is possible. We've done it. It's out there on our website, and it's also in Photoshop, and people love it. The creative professionals are using that AI. It makes their day easy. It lets them start their creative work in just one click, and then they finish it in the tool. So it's really revolutionized how we think about things. In terms of how we acquire data sets, we have a group inside Adobe who that's their job. Their job is to think about, where do we need to go next? Do we need to get to different media types? Are we missing some sort of subject matter for our AI to be more accurate? That was a question we had before. We think about that content. Maybe there's a newspaper that you mentioned that has the kind of content we need. We go approach that organization and say, look, we need to license that content in to make sure our AI is more accurate. So we have a team that thinks about this, sources it, and brings it in.
And in the absence of that, I mean, what impacts do you anticipate this could have on local journalism if there's no rules of the road put in place?
Yeah, I think that, both on the authenticity side and on this side, if people are able to, create images and these newspapers are not able to get, the ability to license the work they're doing, it could certainly have a negative impact to them. On the authenticity side, the reason why so many media companies have joined the Content Authenticity Initiative, like AP, Reuters, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Washington Post, is because they know that when they're showing images, they need to be able to show that they're actually true. They need to be able to prove that it happened. If people stop believing that any of the digital images they're seeing are real, then they're going to stop consuming newspapers. They're going to stop consuming that content because they're not going to believe it. So you have to give those local newspapers a way to prove what they're showing is true, so people will still consume it.
Of course, there's a lot less famous newspapers, including some very small ones in my state that just you might not mention, right? And so I think that's part of it, is that the Ms. Ortizes of this story need to be able to have some kind of power to be able to protect their content too, because they don't have a general counsel and they're not going to be able to, on their own, start some major lawsuit. And so I think that's how we have to think about that too, as we look at all of this.
And that's why I would say again that when we designed the Firefly, we designed it that way, right? To be commercially safe first, right? Making sure that we built the model the way.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm saying it sort of rhetorically to the world and to everyone that needs to get this done, as opposed to you, Mr. Rao. So thank you
so much.
All right, appreciate it. And thank you, both of you, for your continual bipartisan work in taking on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nobody's talking about interfering with the right of a parent to determine what kind of material his or her child should have access to. The issue really is the ability of a group of people, not even parents of students in schools, but a group of people or individuals who are able to go into a school district, a school board, in an effort to ban certain books. That is really the issue. And by any definition, I would consider that kind of effort to be an effort on book banning. And in fact, there are states that have already enacted legislation that makes it pretty easy to for anybody to go in and list a book as inappropriate and therefore removed until it goes through some sort of a review process. I'm specifically talking about Florida as an example. So, Professor Knox, you've done some research on why there is this effort to ban books. Can you tell me what sorts of books are usually get on these banned book lists?
Yeah, I would say that, thank you for the question. So the books that usually show up on banned books lists are books that we consider to be diverse. And these are basically books about anybody who is not white, heterosexual, male, cis, books that are about LGBTQIA people, about people of color. These sorts of books are the books that we see on the banned books list. And I do want to address the idea of banning books. So really what we often say is that these books are not banned, but they are challenged. So like Biden's border crisis, Banned Books Week has a nice alliterative ring to it, but in fact, we talk much more about challenging books. And what this is removing books from access to its intended audience. So that includes both age appropriateness, but also who did the author intend this book to be read by? That is an important part of thinking about what we call collection development in libraries. We consider all sorts of issues when books are put in a collection, not just issues of, do we agree with what is being put on the collection, but also how do we show many different viewpoints and ideas? When we look at the diverse books that—
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I do understand that the target of a lot of these kinds of lists is books that depict diverse lifestyles, for example, if you want to call it that. And so, for example, one of the books that is being sought or challenged in Iowa is a book called Ho'onani Hula Warrior. This is a book about a child who doesn't see herself as a girl or a boy, but something in between. And this child dreams of leading the hula group, but everyone else thinks that only the boys should lead the hula group. And Native Hawaiians have traditionally recognized the existence of a third gender called mahu, and this book explores this and many other parts of Native Hawaiian culture. Yet this book could potentially be banned, as I mentioned, from a school district in Iowa for running afoul of a law against books for younger grades that deal with gender identity. Mr. Giannoulias, do you think, and also with Dr. Cox, do you think this book should be removed from school libraries?
Thank you, Senator. I personally do not, which goes again to the fundamental nature of our legislation, which is to allow librarians to make that decision. Okay. My guess is they would determine this book belongs in our libraries. The point I also want to make is, especially with regard to Hula Warrior, the goal of literature is to reflect back to the reader either the struggles that the reader is facing or to provide insight into struggles that the reader has never had to imagine. Books are a safe place for people who are struggling, who need help. And I would disagree with one of the opponents here today.
I do need to get to, sorry, and I don't even need the answer from Dr. Cox, but I do have another question for you. Is there any evidence that says that exposure to certain kinds of books leads to harm to a community? Does exposure to an LGBTQ plus book somehow cause harm to the reader? Is there any evidence to that effect?
Zero.
No, there is not. What I mentioned before is that books can be windows to learn about other people. So it might be that you have a friend who is thinking about their own gender identity and you want to know more. And reading a book like that one will help you understand what your friend is going through.
Mr. Chairman, I should think that there is more harm to a young person who thinks that he or she can be shot to death in a school than being exposed to certain kinds of subjects and books. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rono. Senator Lee.
I'm going to be showing a video clip, is that
There's no one in this committee that believes that children should have access to materials that are inappropriate for their age. There is no one that believes that children should have access to inappropriate pornographic materials. This to me is about something deeper that's going on in the American culture right now that is really troubling. And that's why I want to pick up where he talked about what's going on in our schools. I actually agree with Ranking Member Graham that I don't see much Congress can do. We will make no laws addressing this. But I do think it's important that we hold a committee like this to talk to these larger issues. We have a country right now that is based in the ideals of a commitment to one another. We weren't founded on sameness, same religion, same ethnicity. We were founded on big principles of democratic ideals. And in a diverse democracy, it is so necessary that we know each other, that we see each other, that we understand each other. That's what makes us stronger. And in many ways, our schools become areas, especially the ideals of public schools, where diverse people come together for an education. I am suspect of these books being taken out of libraries and schools because I started seeing books that had been there not just for years, but for decades, literally generations, 25, 30, 40-year-old books on shelves suddenly being taken off. Stunned that there were books that were important to me when I was growing up. My parents in 1969 had to fight a court case, had to go to do legal fights to get into the town I grew up in. We were the first black family ever to move in. They had to get a white couple that poses them to buy the home to move into the community. As I grew up, as my father used to call us, 4 raisins in a tub of sweet vanilla ice cream. And for me, finding certain books on my library shelf that not only gave me an affirmation, but a celebration that expanded my understanding of history, they were anchors to me, lifelines in some ways. And at a time that I was forming my self-concept and my sense of self-worth, these were the books that became the foundation of who I am. Some of the greatest works of American literature. And so when I see books by some of the greatest authors, I see Frederick Douglass there, being taken off the shelf, that's when I begin to worry that we're falling into this trap where we are failing to do what is necessary in a democracy, was to create public forums, educational pathways that engender empathy and understanding, that engender deep knowledge, that engender the kind of sentiment that is necessary for democratic democracies to exist. Not a culture of contempt for one another, but a deeper culture of understanding. Now, I had conversations with my parents as I got older and more sophisticated, like, wow, you brought up 2 black boys in a predominantly white community. What were you thinking then? And we talked about a lot of the books that we read at home and read at school, and she would laugh at me right now and say, of course, I could have bought you those books if they were removed from the library, but what was important to have them in the library wasn't for you, it was for your peers, for them to have access. I remember the power of reading Invisible Man in my high school English class and the impact it had on my peers. I had the most nurturing, positive community to grow up in, but to hear what they experienced, expanding their understanding. I remember when I was a college student, counseling on a suicide crisis hotline to LGBTQ youth coming out who were considering suicide. And the power of just knowing they weren't alone, that there were other people sharing that experience. And so a lot is talked about today, but there are deeper issues of what kind of culture are we going to promote in our country? One of compassion, of empathy, of understanding, or one that is going to continue this false narrative of us versus them? Professor Knox, in the remaining seconds that I have, I actually think there's a problem when we are attacking our own history and trying to Disneyify it, as opposed to celebrating what was a rough, difficult, uncomfortable, messy American history. That what makes us even greater is the fact that we had a history that we had to overcome, but that there is some negativity when young people are learning a history that is bereft of the complications and the difficulties of race issues, of gender issues, of LGBTQ issues. Is there a danger in giving people a sanitized version of American history?
Absolutely, there is. It is important that we know the truth of our history. There was a time when I would not have been able to sit here in this hearing to speak to this committee. We've grown from that, but it is important that people know that we have a history of trauma in our country that we have overcome for some people, but we gain nothing by not telling our children the truth of genocide and slavery and Jim Crow. We gain nothing if we don't tell people the truth about that history. And this is one concern I have about many of the books that are being challenged right now, is that people want to sanitize this history and say, well, it was all in the past, or even if it was all in the past, it's too painful to discuss. It may be painful, but it is still the truth, and it must be said. It is important to be citizens of this great country, that we know where we came from, so we can make the world better as we go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I might say that there's a vote on, and I may have to leave and recess for a few minutes, but Senator from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you. Full employer hiring practices. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morant. Now we'll have a round of 5 minutes questions from the senators, and I'll start. The first person who introduced me to the world of politics taught me something. He said, humility is the first casualty in politics. So I have followed that standard when it comes to bragging as often as possible about the fact that my mother was an immigrant to this country, and I'm damn proud of it. Her naturalization certificate sits behind my desk in the Capitol building as a reminder of who I am and where I come from, and my attitude about immigration. I cannot understand anyone, regardless of political affiliation, who takes the position, not one more immigrant. For God's sake, we are a nation of immigrants, and our strength is in immigration and diversity. The question is, should we have an orderly process or not? I think that's a legitimate question. The reason, of course, is to make sure that we have a process which people can respect, that cannot be overwhelmed, and at the same time understand that there are rules that have to be followed. When you take a look at the numbers of people who are showing up at our borders now, I have to go back to what Senator Graham said. They're mind-boggling. It is impossible to explain. I asked my staff to put together a list of the number of encounters of unaccompanied children by the Border Patrol since 2008. It's an incredible list, but the last 3 years are the most amazing revelations. In the year 2020, there were 19,657 unaccompanied children who were encountered at the border, 19,000. 2021, 140,000. 2022, 149,000. 2023, 131,000. The obvious question is, what changed and changed so dramatically during that period of time? It certainly wasn't the enactment of legislation by Congress. We've done nothing, virtually nothing, when it comes to policy changes in this country. But there is something going on, a force, an economic force, a demographic force, whatever it may be, that is pushing or pulling more and more people to our borders in numbers unprecedented. The obvious question is, should we do something about it? And can we do something that is balanced? Not the not one immigrant theory, and not the people who feel that the status quo is acceptable as it exists, but something in between that reflects our values and brings order to the border. Now, I think about these numbers in practical terms. I hope we all accept the premise of this hearing. Any child who shows up at our border deserves to be treated like a real human being and treated like a visitor to America and given protection and help in the areas when they're most vulnerable in their lives. I hope we all accept that premise. If you don't, I'm sorry. But I will tell you this, having accepted that premise, you have to ask whether the current system, designed long before we ran into these numbers, is adequate to the task. Where are these kids going? Where do these unaccompanied children go? What kind of families are they being sent to? How do they refer them? How do we follow up? How do we make sure that they're safe once they're there? The sheer numbers that I've given you here make it very difficult for me to understand how we can say we're going to keep up with this flow of people and maintain quality care for these kids. So I've given a long opening statement, which I hoped I would be able to avoid, but couldn't. But I'd like to start, if I could, with Mr. Salazar. You talked about the economic circumstances that create this. But those economic circumstances have been in the world for a long time. What has changed in the last 3 or 4 years?
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. These push factors, as you mentioned, the political stability, the poverty, the crime, violence, food scarcity, lack of medical care, climate change, all of these are against the backdrop of some even bigger numbers in the world. There are approximately 108 million people that are being forcibly displaced globally. And of that number of 108 million, roughly 20 million are in the Western Hemisphere. I mean, this is the definition of a challenge that no one country can face alone by itself. We have issues stemming from a long regime in Venezuela. We have issues stemming from the beginning of a regime in Nicaragua. We have issues in northern Central America also that are driving the families, the members of society there to make difficult choices for themselves and for their families and for their children to head north. We are attempting to tackle this diplomatically through regular engagement with these countries to try and address the issues at home. That is why Assistant Secretary Brian Nichols is actually in the region now. Yesterday he was in Guatemala, today he is in El Salvador.
I'm going to have to cut you off because I've run out of time.
I'm sorry, sir.
But I certainly give you time to respond on the record. But can someone address on the panel the fact that we offer services which we offered for many years, and now we have volumes and numbers of unaccompanied children which are breaking the system that make it very difficult for us to keep our promise? Would someone like to talk about the resources that are being dedicated to this, new resources to meet the challenge?
Thank you, Senator. As you mentioned in your opening, the importance of a trusted adult in these children's lives cannot be overstated. Children, we do our best. We have a thorough vetting process to release children to vetted sponsors, primarily close family members. But when and if those placements break down, having that trusted adult through post-release services or legal services. We have more children receiving those services than we've ever had, but we need to continue, and we need the support of Congress to do that. Because of unprecedented numbers in the refugee program, which both the refugee program and the unaccompanied children is one budget, we do have a request for $1.9 billion to be able to properly continue to expand and make sure that all children have these services.
Thanks, Ms. Marcos. Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Count me in the camp that
Senator Graham, Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The child exploitation in our country that we've seen reported is stunning and shameful and truly extraordinary when you think that this is the United States of America. An 8th grader killed on a cleaning shift at a poultry plant in Mississippi, a 14-year-old hospitalized in Alabama after being overworked at a chicken operation, a 17-year-old in Ohio had his leg torn off at the knee while cleaning a meat processing facility. Another child lost his hand in a meat grinder in a Michigan operation. A 14-year-old maimed while working an overnight shift in our country. This should horrify everyone, but given what we know, it shouldn't surprise us. I'm glad we're discussing this. I'm grateful for this hearing, and there are a whole range of things we could be doing to better serve immigrant children. But I just want to say this clearly. Employers have a responsibility to abide by federal labor law and the moral standards of our nation. Within their companies, on plant floors, and their contracts, they should follow the rules of law and they should follow their own conscience. I sent letters to meatpacking companies last December to take immediate steps to put end to these child labor abuses at their facilities. And since then, I want to say some companies have stepped up and are working to eliminate these exploitative contractors and abusive models of employment that outsources the overnight cleaning of their facilities. They've moved these jobs back in-house and guaranteed better wages, benefits, safety, and security of a union job. But too many companies continue to sit on their hands, and the Department of Labor, in my opinion, has to step up and enforce the law. These companies are getting away without consequence to some of the most shameful and immoral practices that are going on in our nation. And for companies that refuse to implement changes, who see children and their safety as a cost-saving measure, at the very minimum, should not be the recipient of federal tax dollars. That's why I'm introducing today the Preventative Child Labor Exploitation Act with my colleague Josh Hawley. Our bipartisan bill will require companies competing for contracts with federal agencies to disclose child labor and work safety infractions by the company itself, as well as by any of their contractors in the preceding 3 years, and require the Secretary of Labor to prepare a list of companies that are ineligible for federal contracts for that year based on serious, repeated, pervasive violations of child labor laws. We absolutely, all of us, in a bipartisan way, have an obligation to help these children, often in poverty, who've often fled dangerous situations at home to find themselves in our country being exploited and in dangerous situations in the United States. This is beneath the dignity of this nation and the values we proclaim. At the minimum, we need to restore accountability for those companies. And so I just want to say to Ms. Nanda, I'm grateful for your testimony. During June's hearing on this topic, I focused my questions on the consequences of our continued failure to have a Department of Labor that has the resources to do the investigations into these kind of more abject, morally bankrupt practices that are going on in our country. And so, Ms. Nanda, can you describe why child labor investigations are especially resource intensive for the Department of Labor, and what are ways in which the DOL has assisted corporations seeking to address child labor in their supply chains?
Thank you so much for that question, Senator Booker. So child labor investigations, as I said, have gone up 88% in the last year, so we're simply doing more of them. And I can't underscore enough how labor intensive these investigations are. Before the investigations even start, there is a lot of work that goes into understanding what the investigators are going to encounter when they get into that plant or that facility. What are the type of workers they will encounter? What are the type of employers? How are we going to show or prove that those are minor children, et cetera? So there's a lot of what we call pre-investigative work. We have been routinely obtaining anticipatory warrants. So that involves doing a lot of work to make sure that we have cause to get a warrant and that we can properly execute it, sometimes working with marshals or law enforcement to make sure that we will be able to execute that warrant. Often this is taking place in the middle of the night. Our Packer sanitation case involved the third shift with the very young children cleaning very, very dangerous head split cutters and other dangerous equipment. After we go in, we are immediately potentially getting declarations and affidavits from the investigators who were with the children so that we can potentially get a temporary restraining order. Our Packer sanitation case involved going in at the same time to 7 separate facilities, all in the middle of the night. So huge resources of lawyers and investigative teams, in some cases needing to be flown into different places. This is Nebraska, Minnesota, Wisconsin, different places in the country to have that factor where we can go in and still have that surprise factor. And then after that, we are seeking temporary restraining orders. In PSSI, we were within days getting that temporary restraining order. A nationwide, so leveraging a 7-facility investigation into a 700-facility nationwide injunction, thereafter working to get a permanent injunction, and then assess the civil monetary penalties. This takes an extraordinary amount of investigative time and an extraordinary amount of legal time and legal work. And I will just say, Senator, on your question about holding everyone in the supply chain accountable, we completely agree. We are using tools like the hot goods provision of the Fair Labor Standards Act, which is a very powerful tool to stop the movement of goods that are made around child labor. That is a tool that we are using.
I'm going to cut you off just to be respectful of my colleagues. We've gone 2 minutes over. I just want to thank Senator Hawley, and especially as well as his staff, for working with us over the last months to come up with what I think is a morally urgent bill to create needed accountability to end these morally bankrupt, offensive practices that are going on systematically in our country. So thank you, Senator Hall.
Thanks, Senator Booker. Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for having this hearing. You said you'd do it.
Much. Mr. Fonzone, welcome. I hope we will get through the issues I addressed earlier and we can proceed swiftly to your confirmation. I served as United States Attorney back in the Clinton administration, and at the time, the Office of Legal Counsel was viewed essentially as the high temple of legal excellence and integrity. And since I've been in the Senate, things have gone rather awry. We first had the warrantless wiretapping opinions, which were so appalling that when they became public, the colleagues of OLC in the Department of Justice threatened to resign en masse if the program was not restructured, notwithstanding OLC's prior secret opinions approving of it. Then not long after that, the torture program came along, again supported by OLC opinions, in this case so bad that the department actually turned around and withdrew the opinions. And indeed, they were so bad that the department later offered the opinion that OLC lawyers were not subject to the duty of candor, that an ordinary workaday lawyer going into the J. Joseph Garrahy Judicial Center in Providence, Rhode Island with 6 files under his arm is subject to on a busy, busy day, that these elite, Ivy-educated, super high-performing lawyers would not be held even to that standard. Now, that did quell the problem of how bad the opinions were, but it set, I think, a very bad example by exempting OLC from the most basic standard for workaday lawyers. And then we moved on to the issue of executive versus legislative access to documents, oversight, and so forth. And as you know, OLC used to, under the Reagan memo, which is still nominally in play, used to have a duty to be kind of an ombudsman or arbiter to take a fair and neutral position and try to find common ground between the legislative ask and the agency priorities. That changed dramatically to the point where the OLC became the outermost reach of the most arcane and exotic doctrines of executive supremacy, virtually autocratic doctrines. And then when those doctrines appeared in Article III courts and were mocked and rejected, the position of OLC was, well, that wasn't the Supreme Court, so it doesn't count. As you were advising companies, would you overlook a district court decision in the jurisdiction in providing advice about what that company should or shouldn't do?
So, Senator, there's a lot there. I guess I'd
just that last question. I'm not asking you to respond to the whole mess.
Obviously, when I was advising companies, I would not advise them to ignore relevant precedent.
Yeah,
and I think
I mean, it just seems a little weird that OLC treats itself like it's another circuit court of appeals, and its judgments can only be repaired or corrected by the United States Supreme Court. it leaves an enormous gap between what the law is and what OLC is telling people that can persist for years and years and years and years until the Supreme Court addresses it. And it's a matter of real concern for us because we think, I think in Congress, that a lot of the ideas that the OLC has propounded are really, really badly wrong. And Senator Kennedy and I have worked together on finding an alternative method because we've given up on the good faith and neutrality of OLC in this regard. So we're creating, in a bipartisan fashion, with a bipartisan report and a bipartisan bill, an alternative. So given this challenging history for what used to be the high temple of legal excellence, and we can have this discussion more, but I'm interested in what guardrails you think OLC should build for itself to prevent another warrantless wiretapping fiasco, another torture opinions fiasco, and another walk away from department policy as expressed in the Reagan memo and from the rule of law where Article III courts have opined.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm not going to sit here and say OLC's always gotten it right. As you've said, there's times when they haven't gotten it right. And I think the only thing the office can do to establish trust is to deliver the best advice it can, frank and independent advice, and to do that consistent with its best practices that have been stated publicly, which I think there's three main sort of buckets of them. One is that it gives frank, independent advice that's its best view of the law, independent of the policy preferences of any administration. Secondly, that it only gives that advice after rigorously vetting it and after thorough deliberation between the career attorneys in the office and the appointed leadership. And then third, to the extent it can, it makes its advice public so it could be subject to scrutiny. OLC answers the type of questions not everyone's always going to agree upon, but I think it owes it to the American people to give advice consistent with those best practices.
Thank you, Chairman. To be continued.
Senator Graham.